getting started this evening, but welcome to our May 23rd meeting, May 23rd, 2023 meeting of Carrboro Town Council. It's great to see you all. Mayor Siles is away this evening, so my name is Susan Romaine. I'll be filling in as your Mayor Pro Tem. We are also missing two other council members this evening. In Eleazar's case, there was a death in his family, and Sammy is traveling right now. So we are small but mighty tonight. We will begin our council meeting as we always do here in Carrboro with a poetry reading from our poet laureate. Liza, come on up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Liza Wolf-Francis, and I am the Poet Laureate of Carrboro. And this is a for sure packed house, so I am honored to be here in front of you today reading a poem. And this is one of mine. A Grieving of a Tree. When the chainsaw begins, I sit at our small round kitchen table over a bowl of oatmeal, alone with only the whir of the fridge, view of backyard grass, bushes, pine straw. At the buzzing, I know they've come for the Bradford pear tree next door. Invasive species spreads in forests, those trees aren't helping anything. But this tree is glorious today. It's Death Day. White flowering branches drape over the sidewalk, cascade over the street. The neighbor told me twice that our tree, the one 8 feet away from this one to be taken out, will be happier. Trees who grew up together, who must have known each other for a couple of decades at least. 2 days ago, I pat the tree to be downed, thanked it, and yesterday too. But today I walked right by it without saying anything at all, thinking about how I woke up crying about all that the dark does and does not hold. I didn't pat the tree this third day, the very day the saw sound began, and I wished I had. I knew the sound was coming, and I wonder if the tree knew its fate as we sometimes know things. In the height of its flower, each branch falls with an odd grace, like the most beautiful dance by a dancer whose arms are being cut off one after another until petals litter the asphalt, as if it were a wedding, not a funeral. A buzzing, a buzz, until the tree becomes wood stacked just feet from its cut trunk. Branches full of light gone as if they had never been there, as if their glory had been a prayer taken with the breeze. Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to turn things over to our town clerk, and please share with us some upcoming meetings, Wesley.
All right, I just have a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, everyone. First up, we have there's a Racial Equity Commission meeting tomorrow, May 24th at 6 p.m., and that's at the Bim Street, 108 Bim Street. And then, let's see, I think that's everything for the rest of this week. We will not have a council meeting next week due to it being the 5th Tuesday, and our next council meeting is June 6th. That's all I have for this week.
Thank you. Council members, any other meetings on your calendars to share? Yes, Randy.
Chapel Hill Transit Partners on Thursday at 10 a.m. That's it.
Okay. Next, we're coming to my favorite part of the agenda, and this is public comment. When folks can come in, community members can come in and share with us comments, and it's really great to see so many of you this evening. We have the first overflow crowd that I've seen in a long time, and I think it's a real testament to how much here in Carrboro the community is really engaged in our civic life. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you carving out time on a Tuesday evening to come and be a part of all of this and weigh in on some of the decision-making council will be doing over the next few weeks. In order to help council in terms of being able to hear your comments this evening, but also being able to attend to our business later in the evening. We have not only a packed crowd here tonight, but we also have a very packed agenda. So I was hoping to just spend a couple minutes with you all talking a little bit about some guidelines as we go through public comment. The first thing I wanted to mention is that thank you all for signing up on the sign-up sheet. During the public comment, council will be hearing comments just from those community members who will be speaking on items that are not on the agenda, okay? Just those items not on the agenda. And then later in the evening, when we get to the agenda items that you may be here to speak about, we will have public comment specifically during that part of the agenda. All right. I'll be reading the names in the same order that they appear on the sign-up sheet. And what I'm going to do tonight is I'm not only going to read the name of the person who is up to come up to speak, but I'll also read the name of the person that will be following them in the order so that you can be sure to be ready when I call your name. I'm encouraging, well, not encouraging, I'm going to be asking everybody to please hold your comments to 3 minutes. We often have a soft 3 minutes, but tonight we're going to have a hard 3 minutes because there are so many of you here. And we want to be able to hear everybody tonight, but also get home at a somewhat reasonable hour. Danny will be our timer this evening. So when you hear that, if you should be speaking and you hit the 3-minute mark, you will hear the timer go off, and that will be a message to you all to be wrapping up, maybe finishing up that sentence so that we can move on. If you didn't get to say everything that you wanted to say, just know that you can also email comments. We do read your emails, and you can email all of us at once at Carrboro. At council@carrboro.nc.gov. council@carrboro.nc.gov. You can share comments with all council members just with that one email. In terms of your comments, I'm also going to be asking that everybody be very respectful with the comments tonight. And I'm asking that not only respectful to council members and to some of your fellow community members, but also being respectful for decorum here in the chamber. Council has some guidelines that we drafted during a retreat several months ago, posted here. We are trying our very, very best to live by these guidelines. And so I ask that you take a moment before you come up to speak, and we all just work together to, again, try to keep the proper decorum in the chamber tonight. Finally, I do want to mention, we're all here and we care. You wouldn't be here unless you cared passionately about the issues. But you're also going to be here, and you will hear people that have different views than yours. Sometimes they'll support, sometimes they won't support what you're going to be sharing. Please refrain from speaking. When we have others who are making comments at the podium, please refrain from clapping. Please refrain from cheering. We're really here during the public hearing just to hear the speaker while we all listen and council has a chance to really take in everything that they're saying. Because we have so many folks here tonight, I will encourage, if you are here as a part of a group, maybe you're a group of 10 neighbors who came out tonight to express your views, please consider having one spokesperson for your group to share the same views of your neighborhood or your fellow neighbors, what have you. Others, and when the speaker comes, let us know how many folks you are speaking on behalf of. If those who are not speaking would still like to weigh in, we would love to hear all of your comments in an email. So keep that in mind in terms of helping us get through having an opportunity to hear all of you while also conducting the business of the evening and hopefully getting home before 2 a.m. tonight. Anything else, council members? Okay, that'll rip. So we're going to go right to our first speaker. So again, I'll be reading off names of people who will be speaking on items that are not on the agenda. The first subject matter is flooding. I assume this is not a budget, an agenda item, so I have Chris Bickerstaff. I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Chris, are you here? You're here for Jade Creek. Okay, make a note of that. I have Jane Danielowitz here for Greenway and Climate Action. I assume that's not a budget, an agenda item, so come on up, Jane. Love to hear from you. Yes, please.
The last time I spoke in front of council was in 1999, so we didn't have all this fancy stuff.
Well, welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Tonight, I'm asking the town council not to rely on the 2009 Bowling Creek Greenway report in order to make decisions about a project in 2023 to construct a greenway. It's 14 years out of date. To use an analogy, say I had wanted to open a business in Carrboro in 2009, had created a business plan, consulted financial advisors, assessed the viability of the project, but then something interfered and I put the project on hold. Then in 2023, I'm ready to go. It would not make sense, it would not be valid, it would not be successful, useful, or reflective of current needs to use the same plan that I had developed in 2009. Carrboro has changed substantively. I've lived and walked the trails of Bowling Creek since 1992. Massive development and new neighborhoods have erupted, changing economic conditions, and also for our town, a recognition of climate change and the adoption of climate action goals by the town of Carrboro. I ask that the town council instruct staff to collect new data on all phases of the Bowling Creek Greenway project, especially in relation to the items in the Carrboro Climate Action Plan, such as, and I'm going to just give you one or two examples because there's many. The Carrboro Climate Action Plan ecosystem recommendation number 4 is tree preservation, protection, and conservation. Ecosystem recommendation number 6 is to pursue watershed restoration actions to protect local streams from changes in rainfall due to climate change, as well as items in the Carrboro Connects Comprehensive Plan, which was just recently adopted, such as environmental goal number 1, to conserve and restore watersheds, ecosystems, and native species, and the water goal number 2, to protect and restore watersheds, ecosystems, and cost plans. In addition, I would like the town to investigate alternatives to the route along Bowling Creek. And furthermore, I advocate for investing in segregated bike pathways for transportation and access, like the one going on in Estes Road in Chapel Hill, in Carrboro, along Estes Extension and Sewell School Road. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jane. Joe, looks like South Green. So next I have James Stroud for Westwood Cemetery, and also Elizabeth Carter will be waiting in the wings. Betty Carter. And James, are you here? Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Westwood Cemetery issue as far as the park being a item that everyone is looking forward to doing. My first take on that is I am the executive director for the Center for Homeownership and Economic Development, a community agency. And throughout that, we serve 18 counties. Out of all the counties that I serve, I have never seen a park located so close to a cemetery. First of all, let me give you a little history. I have about 7 to 8 people, family members, that are currently in Westwood. A cemetery is supposed to be designated as a holy ground, a sacred ground. So for you to take that opportunity from the ones that are there, the human remains that are there now, is just inappropriate. And unfortunately, it's just not, it's out of character. I really feel like council should take a second look at that as far as trying to put a park so close to a cemetery. When we visit our loved ones, we don't want to go over there and we don't want to see tombstones vandalized, because we all know the type of people that come to parks. You got drug addicts, you got all those other things going on. So we really need to focus on everything that's going to be decent and in order. We don't feel like, and there are several of us in this room, that we just do not feel like this is ethical or it's just in character. We really want you to reconsider that. My last statement is, I just really feel like University Lake is an option. You have plenty of land out that way. You have a lake, you have canoeing that you could do. Why would you choose something so close to a cemetery to put a park? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing those comments. Ms. Carter, yes. Lori Clark will be following. Good evening.
Good evening, and I thought someone else had taken my spot, but I'm Liz Carter, and I'm a lifetime member of here in Carrboro, born and bred here in Carrboro area, and have always envisioned living where I currently live. It's where I wanted to live when I was smaller, but I didn't have those choices to make, could not enter into contract. But for those that are here in favor of letting Westwood remain a cemetery for those that of our loved ones that are resting, could you please stand in solidarity of support? And that's how we'll use our 3 minutes.
I'll spare us the sound of the buzzer. Thank you, Liz.
Went off?
Yeah. Well, no, I muted it before it did. It
Oh, okay.
seemed like it did.
Just thank you, and I just have one thing to say, regardless of how the vote goes or the decision that the council makes, let's try to live in harmony. We all say that we love Carrboro, but let's show that love by being respectful of whatever the decision is made, and continue to keep the cemetery clean and the park even cleaner if that's the choice that the council makes.
Thank you for those comments, and thank you all for being in solidarity this evening. Okay, Ms. Clark, take it away. Lori Stokes will be following.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Lori Clark, and I am a lifelong resident of Carrboro. My great-great-grandfather, Tony Strayhorn, was born in Orange County in 1850. His wife, Nellie, was also born that same year. They moved to Carrboro in 1876 and were the first African-American family to settle here. They were model citizens. When Tony died in 1934, he could not be buried in Westwood Cemetery. Tony, his daughter Nellie, his wife Nellie, were all buried in the segregated cemetery in Chapel Hill on Raleigh Road. The first person to be interned in Westwood is in the year of 1904. I do not have the facts of that person or their race, but I bet it was not a person of color. Tony lived his entire life in Carrboro, building the town, building the university, and lived a life of integrity. But when it was time to lay him to rest, he could not be laid to rest in the town that he loved. He had to be placed in a segregated cemetery that wasn't even in the town that he cherished. Black people have been historically denied the right to access in education, in spaces, and peace. As you think about the extension of Westwood Cemetery, I ask that you allow our ancestors to rest in peace. Our ancestors include Mary Barbie Green, Ethel Barbie Rivers, Alfred David Barbie Sr., Naomi Watson, Harriet Barbie Robinson, Alfred Barbie Jr., Foy Barbie, Lisa Robinson, Veltsy Rogers Barbie, Molly Hargraves, Viola Atwater, Helen Hedden, Catherine Atwater, Nellie Stroud, Michael Farah, Charles Bird, and many others. We remember those that are no longer with us, and we like to memorialize our ancestors as they look down on us. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you. Next up is Meg Morgan.
Hello there. My name is Lori Stokes. I live at 105 Fidelity Street. I'm a current renter, but soon to be homeowner over there. So you've already heard in previous meetings, and I'm sure you'll hear more tonight, many passionate opinions on both sides of the Fidelity Meadow Westwood Cemetery discussion. For me, this actually comes down to a city planning decision and the duty of town council to make responsible land use decisions. We all know that open land in the city limits is an extremely limited resource, and city-owned land is even more limited. What many may not have considered is that city-owned land has a uniquely higher value. City-owned land gives the town leverage to more rapidly meet the most pressing needs of the community without having to worry about all of the obstacles that come from acquiring land from another individual or entity. It's the proverbial ace in the hole. Any suggestion that the meadow must be used as a cemetery because it was designated as such in 1948 is laughable. I can only imagine how differently the 1948 tax maps look from the tax maps of today. We can simply thank the wisdom, in this specific instance, of those decision makers in 1948 who thought to open areas for burials in stages versus opening the entire space for plot purchase from the very beginning. Perhaps that they were thinking of the future and the eternal nature of a cemetery and wanted to leave flexibility for the land to be used in another, more responsible manner. The worst thing the town could do with this valuable resource is allocate it to its most permanent use. A cemetery is eternal, as many have said, as it should be. Once the first plot is sold on the Meadow Piece, Zone 4, I believe, I may not be saying that right, but all of that inherent and incalculable value is gone. You cannot go back and decide to use the land for affordable housing or a community center. The land will forever be reserved for only the select few who have the luxury of enough disposable income to purchase a plot for after their death, when the folks living in the immediate surrounding area are concerned about how they are going to simply survive in a town with rapidly increasing cost of living. Officially preserving this meadow as an open green space and declaring that it cannot be used as a cemetery preserves this land for the future benefit of the town's most pressing needs and prevents this topic from being revisited year after year. At the end of the day, the answer to this debate lies in what you believe are the most pressing issues the town is facing now and in the near future. It would be the height of privilege to conclude that investing in space for the dead is a higher priority when the living members of our community are struggling through widening income inequality and a frightening shortage of affordable housing. Preserving space for the dead while rapidly depleting space for those just barely holding their heads above water is an affront to the progressive values that Carrboro is supposed to represent.
Thank you for sharing those comments. Meg Morgan and then Vicky. Let me wipe my glasses on. Forville, I believe. There you go. You're coming up. Okay, Meg, take it away.
Meg Morgan, 105 Fidelity Street. I look out and I see people I want to know better, to make connections with, and be a good neighbor to. Even when we don't use the green space, we walk past Westwood Cemetery almost every single day. We pick up trash and replace flowers that have fallen over. Our request to keep Zone 4 green, whether that means just to keep it as is or as a dedicated park, isn't meant as disrespect to those who are buried in Westwood or their families. But how are we supposed to truly integrate without shared space where we live? Our neighborhood is one of the only neighborhoods in Carrboro and Chapel Hill that is truly multicultural. I grew up near Columbia, Maryland, where that was a planned focus of the community. My cousins are Black. When I lived in Los Angeles, our neighborhood, which had a central green space, was multicultural. Several of my friends there, who I still keep in touch with, are Black, Asian, Native American, and Latino. When I met Preciosa for the first time, thanks to Fidelity Meadow, she threw her arm around me like we'd known each other forever, and we talked art, music, motherhood, and everything in between. Discovered she's one of my soul sisters, and I hope to know her for the rest of my life. If I had to choose, of course I'd choose her over a park. But she wants that space to be a park too, as do many others who don't want to stand up here because of the perceived conflict. Pulling back from this, I see what's happening in our state legislature, and it terrifies me. The loss of women's rights, LGBTQ rights, racial equity, and more, all with the specter of gerrymandering looming large over the next election. I hope, whatever the council decides moving forward, everyone in this room can see each other as friends, as allies, and as part of the same community we all love. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Vicky? And after Vicky, I have Bainey Himliff. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And if you don't mind stating your name for the record, that will keep me in good graces with our town clerk.
Vicky Feaster Thornville. Actually, it is Vicky LaShawn Garrett Feaster Thornville. I am, good evening to you tonight. I am a local to Chapel Hill and Carrboro. I have lived in both. And I would like to speak to the importance of the preservation of Westwood Cemetery. First, I would like to say that I've heard people who are from other places, and I would actually like to speak to people in the room and the council from the perspective of people that are from here, local, who can remember when the post office was on Greensboro Street. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I would also like to make sure that I say to you, a meadow is a place that is a grassland primarily meant for hay, per Google definition, usually near a river, primarily based on Google definition. I would say to you, a piece of land across a small driveway from an existing cemetery that was slated in 1948 to be an extension of said cemetery is not a meadow. It is a green space, but is our cemetery not a green space that is respectful? It will be green, and it will be honored, and it will be respected if you leave people to be at peace. I would also like to say that to think that a park or a meadow, as you would call it, would be quiet and peaceful is not being realistic. There have already been instances of children and young people who are running around, who are playing, that is disrespectful to the people who are laid to rest for the people that are from here. Acknowledge the fact that people in marginalized communities were not once able to be in Westwood and now can. And to try to say that that becoming a green space is based on equity, that's not about racial equity. That's about let's give us what we want when we want it. And that's not the case. We have plenty of parks in Carrboro. Are we not blessed in Carrboro and Chapel Hill with parks? Plenty of them. Greensboro is wonderful. Greensboro Street. There is Carrboro School, McDougal Elementary School. There are wonderful areas. Hank Anderson. There are plenty of parks. Go somewhere where there are no parks and ask those people, what can we do to get to be like Carrboro and Chapel Hill, where we're so thankful to have them? Let's be thankful for what we have and not constantly saying we need more of what we don't. That cemetery needs to be what they said in 1948. Brown versus Board of Education was in 56. Is that now laughable? I don't think so. Carrboro is supposed to be progressive and moving forward. Racial equity has nothing to do with saying we need to share in a park. Because if you want to come together, you'll come together on the street, in Weaver Street, in the town commons. It doesn't have to happen on Fidelity Street next to Westwood Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing those comments. Let's see. Yes, it looks like Baini, B-A-I-N-I is the best. Himlif, H-I-M-L-I-F. It's a little hard, H-R-I-M-L-I-F, something. Yes, there we go. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I know I totally botched your name. When you get to the podium, if you could say your name for our record and also just for me. Thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening. My name is. Am I speaking? Okay.
Perfect.
Good evening. My name is Bodie Trimble, and here, one second. All right. Sorry, this is nerve-wracking. The matter at hand of putting down a park versus a graveyard is getting a little out of line, including the fiasco that happened last time I was here last week. I heard people name-calling, and it hurt my heart. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's something. This is a talk of what's permanent or not. If you put down a graveyard, you can fit a generation or two, maybe more. But it wouldn't ever be a place where people will enjoy themselves, relax, sit under a tree, and read. Because the trees, I've heard, will be cut down, so... Maybe some people would spend time there, but it would be permanent in that way. And not in the way where all adults and kids alike could have a break. If there was a park instead, it would serve generations and generations for years to come. And it would help the community a lot too. You see, I live with my dad here in Carrboro, but we don't live close to a park. When kids come over to my house to play or something, we don't have a place to go right now. I know some people agree with me too. I have a friend who lives close to me, and we hang out near the graveyard in the field. But that's pretty boring, you know? Once again, making a playground on Fidelity Meadow would serve the community a great deal. It would serve this community a long time, just like some of the parks on the other side of town. I will say that it can still be a sacred space to all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. And I know how much we want to support young people. That was so courageous to come out and share those comments. But just as a reminder, we will refrain from the applause this evening. We're moving along. Hang in there, everybody. Those were great comments. And next up for more comments is Lindsay.
That was my son. Good evening, everyone, and thank you in advance for your attention on this topic, which, as we all know, is much larger than graveyards versus playgrounds. But, of course, we do not have to agree in order to be kind. My name is Lindsay Bond, and I'm the owner and the leader of the Yogashalla Carrboro, a center for spirituality in this little town, which I was called to open 7 years ago. I'm a highly educated religious scholar, trained in traditional Greek rhetoric, and devoted to healing and compassion. I don't lift my head up much from my grindstone. I rent our sacred space from Tim Peck on East Main Street. I buy groceries at Weaver Street. I get my hair done at Ceremony Salon and spend the majority of my time in Carrboro, though I now own a home near Saxbahaw. I used to live in White Oak, in the heart of downtown Carrboro. My son went to school at Carrboro Elementary, and we only drove our car when we went on vacation. I loved living in this town. But like a lot of folks over the years, I was strong-armed out of Carrboro in 2021. I struggled to maintain the Yogashalla, though it still stands strong as ever, but residential rent became too high for my budget, and owning a home in Carrboro is truly a privilege for the wealthy, so I had to move out of town. And I've had no shortages of challenge. I've been to hell and back in my life, carrying trauma that most people will never experience. And as a result of what I've seen, experienced, and healed from, I'm here to serve. I'm here to give. I'm here to love. I'm not asking for retribution, for honor, for respect at all. Instead, I'm just asking Carrboro to broaden their perspective and see the bigger picture. This town used to be the renegade offshoot of a more conservative and very separate Chapel Hill. It served many different cultures and lifestyles. I used to joke and say that if you can't figure out how to fit in Asheville, then Carrboro will have you. I don't say that about Carrboro anymore. The politics have gotten too out of hand, and fear has far outstayed its welcome in this town for political reasons that have nothing to do with what this town stands for. Today, we can look this square in the eye and own it. At what point do politics and fear take over the conversation when harmony, play, and community are at the cornerstone of what we all seek? It appears that time is upon us, and I'm here as just a voice of reason, not to debate so much. This isn't even a debate. It's obvious what my 11-year-old son, who lives half the time with his dad on Fidelity Street, needs. He needs more open space to roam, to play, to enhance his drive to the natural world, to spread out and feel into what has been intelligently designed for us all to enjoy and create and learn from. We all know that the current tax base in Carrboro is not at all representative of what it used to be 7 years or 50 years ago or 100 years ago. Today, the current tax base seeks health, wealth, community, nature, science, outdoor space, inclusion, safety, and education. It may not be what any of us individually thinks is right or perfect, but it is what it is, and I personally support that from where I stand. I'm here to serve Carrboro. I'll just close by simply asking Town Council a question. If this graveyard that appeases a few people outside of Carrboro is indeed expanded, what would you suggest that I tell my child who is with us tonight when he asks why there's a graveyard there instead of a playground? Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next up, Quay. And Suzanne Johnson, it was a little hard for me to see what you were going to be, the topic you were going to be speaking on this evening. Is that on the cemetery as well?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Nice to see you all again. My name is Quay Trimble. My son Bodie and I have lived on Fidelity Street since 2018. Our Make Carrboro Parks Group's petition asks you to save all of the 5.5 open acres on Fidelity for a big park, like the ones on the other side of town, north of Main Street. Tonight I'll speak again about some of the amenities we're proposing. I think you've all seen this schematic before, so I won't read through this, but I'll just leave it up for a few seconds. We want to gently phase in a quiet park that respects the cemetery. A natural ridge along the driveway screens out most of the open space. This natural boundary is where we think it would be appropriate to place thick, bushy native vegetation to replace the pear trees. This picture was taken standing at the most eastern part of the property facing the cemetery, where the view isn't obscured. As you can see, you can't actually see any gravestones. Adding a thick, bushy vegetation would not only provide additional screening, but would also mute any noise coming from the park. The playground and the dog run could wait until the vegetation screening grows in. The features nearest to graves, community garden, and yoga multi-use platform are quiet activities. No amenities that we propose would allow for competitive sports, so for all intents and purposes, competitive sports would not occur here. To further encourage people to be respectful and quiet, we could put up a sign that says, as you visit, please be quiet and respectful for services and to grave visitors. We've known some folks in this community want traditional burials. To soften the effects of not expanding Westwood Cemetery, all along, we've encouraged for a new cemetery just 5 minutes out Jones Ferry Road in a quiet and beautiful setting. Every cemetery has a transitional cutoff. If Westwood is expanded by 1 acre, that could fill up in 7 years or less. The cutoff for a new cemetery would be much further into the future. I just want to say one last thing. Celebrating the cultural traditions of a small part of our community is fine. But to respect our diversity, we hope you will be inclusive and honor the human needs of all of us when planning this rare treasure, including those of us who don't affiliate with a religion at all, which according to bestplaces.net is over 50% of people in Carrboro. Please sanctify the Fidelity Meadow for everyone to feel free, regardless of their belief system. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Great. And Suzanne, help me out. What was the subject matter for your comments this evening? South Green. Lori Carter. And after Lori, we have Linda Hawk.
Do you mind? I gave you a little thing. Thank you. Here or here? Either one. Okay.
Lori, if you could state your name for the record, too. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Carter, and I'm an 18-year resident and counting of Carrboro. I married a Carrboro native who grew up in Fidelity Court, who grew up playing in the field at Hillmont Condos across the street from the cemetery. We own property in Village Square on Fidelity, and we live on Simpson Street. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
And Lori, if you can direct your comments to council rather
Sure,
than the
absolutely.
audience, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. The citizens who created Westwood Cemetery did so with vision and purpose. They made room for generations of citizens. I'm here this evening to ask that the town enforce the code as written and reserve the space as originally intended for cemetery use. If you walk through the cemetery, you'll definitely see the names of families who have lived there for generations. Council, Alston, Sparrow, Farrington, Lloyd, and Andrews, to name a few. The Watts family is among those. And Mac and Beulah Watts are interred right across the across that driveway from the code sign. As you can see here, they were instrumental in our town in many ways, including helping Richard Ellington record much of the history in the Carrboro in his book. But one of the things that makes Westwood special is that generations of families are buried here. Mac was followed by Kevin, his grandson. Kevin was buried here at the age of 23 in 1986. Beulah followed in 2003. His parents, Billy and Jane Watts, were our neighbors. Billy was a volunteer fireman. He's in the black shirt in the middle of this picture. Carrboro Fire Department escorted him to the cemetery when he passed away nearly 12 years ago, a moving tribute to his service to our town. We were recently invited to the graveside service for Nancy and Jimmy Campbell, just 2 weeks ago. 50 or so folks were gathered around, remembering, telling stories, appreciating the contributions of this couple to our lives. We were grateful for the space and time to remember them. Not all folks who are buried at Westwood are longtime folks. As you can see here, there are children buried there, young men who died at 30, others who passed away in their prime. I can only imagine the gift it was to not have to figure out where to bury my 16-year-old child. Westwood was there. It was there when this couple's family needed it, and it was there for Mrs. Grantham, longtime Carrboro elementary teacher, needed it for her husband. I encourage you to save the space, not only for those there and for their families to visit and remember in peace, but for many of us for many years to come. Westwood is the sole, only public cemetery in our town. Westwood Cemetery tells the story of our larger community for all to hear. Death and grieving are a part of life. As a community, we would be well served to honor that and maintain the space of the cemetery for years and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out this evening and sharing those comments. South Green, Jade Creek. Next up, Linda. And after Linda, we have Diane Robertson.
Hey, I'm Linda Hawk. You need my address?
Just the name works. Thanks.
So I want to actually talk to the audience here. And for anyone who wants to have a voice in your town, who wants to feel like this is your home.
Linda, excuse me. You could just direct your comments to council.
Did you hear? Can we start over so in case they didn't hear me?
You can start over as long as you address council, but not the audience.
Okay, well, so I will address council and say that I would like everyone in the room, council and everyone else, to think about what it means to have a voice in your town, what it means to feel at home, and what it means to belong. And then I would like, since I've been asked to address council specifically, to ask council what it means in terms of your ethical and government responsibility. And I ask that because in this day, as people are bringing before you their opinions, different views, different beliefs, different places that they come from, they expect you to listen, as you said, Susan, to pay attention, to weigh carefully, and do it with respect. I would now like to show what was today put forward by our mayor on Twitter and social media. This is a mayor that is about to engage in a public engagement process about Bowling Creek and whether it should be paved. This is a subject that Jane just spoke to you about. However, I would assume, based on the words before you on the screen, that Jane would be categorized as a person giving half-truths, misleading statements, and fear-mongering. This is not coming from the public. This is coming from your mayor. Name calling is inappropriate when you have the responsibility of carrying out. I almost can't say this because it's so unbelievable to me. I think that when you look at the cemetery question, my heart goes to the people who want to keep the cemetery. There are reasons that you might want to park. But whatever you do, you would listen to everybody. You would listen to them honestly and carefully, and then you would weigh your decision. And no one should feel that they can come up here and from the dais have this later. It's just so distressing. Anyway, I'll talk more about it over time.
Thank you for sharing those comments this evening, Linda. Yes.
I think so. Please don't start the timer. I just want to say I made wrote these comments before I saw that. So the context, just so you know that there's the context. So it was really disheartening to see that tweet from the mayor and to use his words. I would say that was very corrosive and disappointing to see after I had prepared comments to come speak tonight. Thank you. Some eyes roll when you talk about trees. Oh, I'm sorry. Diane Robertson, Carrboro. Some eyes roll when you talk about trees, ecosystems, storm waters, and habitat destruction. But what about the school children, differently abled, city bikes, strollers, taking cars off the road, and neighborhood connectivity? These are all fair concerns that I share, but not at the expense of the fragile riparian buffer of Bowling Creek. Paving is not the solution for these issues, and it will permanently destroy the ecosystem we all need and share, with the emphasis on all. Contrary to the belief of some, you cannot landscape an ecosystem. The climate crisis is one of Carrboro's principles from the Comprehensive Plan. Over 9,000 metric tons of carbon are removed each year by the trees of Bowling Forest. The tree canopy is critical to mitigating temperatures. Fact. I would add that the serenity of the woods provides a different experience that is not met by a park, linear or otherwise. True. To pave or not to pave is still the wrong question. What is the best and most responsible use of this resource for now and the future is a much better one. Those of us in opposition to an engineered concrete road, Greenway, along Bowling Creek stand on good science, not half-truths. Not opinion, or this is what I want. As a member, as someone said to one of your council members in my presence, this is what I want. As a member of the East Coast Greenway Advisory Board for 8 years, I believe greenways have their place, but there is no greenway imperative for Bowling Creek or similar sensitive ecosystems. There are alternatives, true. I do not oppose the concerns made by Next, Linear Parks, and Triangle Blog, but I am just confused and frustrated by an ideological commitment that Bowling Creek must be the alignment for sections 3 and 4 of the Greenway. Why? The creek is not pristine, it needs attention to be improved. Oops. But there are no best practices that promote impervious surfaces as the first step in creek restoration for sustainability or for erosion control. True. I recently joined a walk with an engineer who pointed out that because of the location of the creek and the sensitive riparian buffer, concrete would not be appropriate in those areas. She also asked about fish and wildlife. So I brought some of the Carrboro residents who cannot speak for themselves in opposition to their destruction. This is an alternative alignment, and I will continue on June 6th. So if you want to come back, I will finish this presentation. Thank you for your time. It will be on the public discourse, but whet your appetite. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing comments. Diane reminds me I really appreciate everybody being so responsive about finishing up comments when you hear the timer go off. Okay. Jade Creek, South Green. Elizabeth Carter, and followed by Joy Miller.
Yeah, we had Liz already.
Oh, I'm sorry. Liz Carter has already gone, indeed. Joy Miller, followed by Lily Atwater. Good evening. Thought you had snuck out there on us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joy Miller. I am a resident at 108 Birch Street, Carrboro, just off of Davie Road. I have been a Carrboro resident for 70 years. And as it has been stated before, some of my relatives are in the Carrboro Cemetery. But I was born in 52. The cemetery was made in 48. In 52, I could not even be born at UNC Hospital. My mama was Black. They had to ship my mama over to Lincoln Hospital in Durham, North Carolina, for me, a 12-pound, 4-ounce baby girl to be born. Pretty big, but I'm here 70 years later. Carrboro is a nice place to live, but Carrboro, it's not Carrboro, it's two Carrboros. One for the affluent and one for the not so affluent. The disenfranchised are sometimes overlooked, mostly overlooked. Being that some of my ancestors could not be buried at all in the cemetery in the beginning, why take it away now? We have 11, count them, parks in Carrboro. We don't need another park. The saying is, rest in peace. Let them rest. Children are running around. Our neighborhood is directly behind it. Yeah, Fidelity is over here, but Blossom is over here. You took the gazebo away. Why? That was drug activity and other activity that disturbed Blossom, that made me, living on Burt, off of Davie, down the road from the cemetery, afraid to even walk around. I think it was about 4 years ago, maybe 3, there was a shooting on Fidelity. So why add to the confusion and take away a resting place and make it a loud place? Thank you.
Thank you for coming out this evening and sharing those comments. And good evening. Yes, indeed. And thank you for letting me know about that.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for your attention this evening. My name is Lily Atwater, and I am a Glosson Circle resident for the past 50 plus years. I grew up in Chapel Hill, but I have spent most of my life in Carrboro. Carrboro is very, very special to me. and I have 4 plots in the Westwood Cemetery. I would really appreciate it if you all considered keeping it a cemetery, not extending the area, because it does mean a lot, especially to Black people, to go and visit with their deceased relatives, to have some quiet time. And I know sometimes I'm mowing my yard and I don't know there's a funeral, but I hear or see the people gathered there. I turn that mower off and hand push it back to the front part so I don't disturb what's going on there, because I know how important it is to the people. And a lot of things have already been said by other people that are pro keeping the cemetery as the cemetery, so I won't repeat that. I just hope you all remember it. And I tell people I have the best neighbors in Carrboro. My land, my backyard abuts the cemetery property. Thank you.
Well, that's ending Westwood Cemetery comments on just the right note. Thank you for that. Oh, is there another? The others were South Green. Did I miss? Oh, I'm sorry. How did I miss?
There's a August Larson as well on the second page, the first sign up. Yep. Go to the second.
Second.
Yeah.
Bob, I'm sorry. You are right here, and I looked right over you. My apologies.
You say you stand for the unvoiced and inclusivity. Who will this include? The heartfelt connections to Westwood are valid, but change hurts. They are empowered by seniority and long-time horizons, bolstered by faith leaders, and everyone's desire to right past wrongs. But what about hundreds of working class and mobile folks on Fidelity, and thousands on Jones Ferry and 54? Many are Black and Latino. They all are unvoiced, disempowered by class or short-time horizons. Only 1 of 70 neighbors in 2021 liked expansion. A mother of 2 commuted to Winston for hospital residency. She and a hospital resident husband would soon move to DC. A disaffected house painter had no faith in government. Then and recently, I've spoken to 14 Black folks. 3 didn't care about the issue. 2 of those were just visiting. 3 agreed a park would be better. 8 strongly agreed a park would be better. 2 or 3 of those have moved, and 1 will in July. 3 more will probably move. This is not a racial issue. This is a long time horizon versus short time horizon issue. The Trust for Public Lands map got kicked out of the comprehensive plan. They put this park near the center of very high priority area for next park. This map was made to stand for the unvoiced. It's based upon population density, low income density, and people of color density, and 3 health factors. Have the wisdom and courage to make the best permanent allocation. Someone said my rough edges would undercut us. Okay, so generations of crowded apartment folks will get shortchanged because Bob Proctor was an asshole. What about counting the number of speakers on each side? 200 years from now, will any of our interracial descendants care about any of us? We'll all be dead. They won't care about the feelings I had, you had, or anyone else had. You deride MAGA folks who ignore science. The science here is clear. Generations will have better physical and mental health if you leave all of this space open. It's easy to pat yourself on the back for following current celebrated optics. That's not true courage. Stand for the invisible and mobile classes of all colors. Walk past those optics and do right by our descendants.
Thank you, Bob, for being here. Sorry I missed your name earlier on. August Larson? Welcome, August, if you don't mind stating your name for the record.
All right. Hi, my name is August Larson. I'm a 16-year-old junior at Carrboro High. I live in the Whispering Hills community here in Carrboro. I have aspirations of becoming a labor organizer. Community justice and aid are things I care passionately about. So I'm very thankful I have the opportunity to be here speaking about an issue that genuinely matters to me. Specifically, I'm speaking to advocate for the construction of a park at the Fidelity Street Meadow, as opposed to further expansion of the graveyard. This is a historically underserved area, and one of the areas that could benefit most from the construction of a park. The construction of a park would benefit a wide range of people, from young to the old, whereas the expansion of graveyard would only benefit a small section of the Carrboro population. I, like many others, could benefit from the creation of such a park. I live in a split custody situation, spending half of my time here in Carrboro and the other half in Hillsborough. This situation genuinely makes it very challenging to make friends. When I am with my friends, we often find it difficult to find places to go and things to do, as there is a distinct lack of public spaces available in Carrboro that are legal to be at without spending money. One of my best friends even lives right on Fidelity Street. And without regular access to a car, the scope of where we can go and what we can do is severely limited. A park would help foster connections and maintain current ones. A shared community space in a densely populated and centrally located area is not only equitable and inclusive, but a long-term investment into the health and future of our youth, our parents, our grandparents, and our entire community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming out this evening, August. Okay, if let me know, raise your hand if you have not been given an opportunity to speak and you are here to speak on an item that's not on the agenda tonight. Did I miss anybody? Okay, great. Before we move on, I just want to thank you all very much for being here and sharing those comments, and it's local government at its finest hour, so appreciate having this opportunity to listen to you. And I will turn things over to our clerk. Or to our manager. Mr. Manager, I think Randy wanted to make one quick announcement before you begin.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind folks who are here and those folks who are at home that this week is the beginning of an awareness for gun safety in Chapel Hill at Peace Plaza on Friday at 1 p.m. Moms Demand is holding a rally. I encourage you all to attend and invite folks you know to wear orange and attend.
Next Friday.
Yeah, next Friday.
Okay.
Friday, June 2nd at Chapel Hill Plaza, Peace Plaza, at 12:30. Wear orange. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Madam Pro Tem, may I take a moment to introduce two staff members to council as well?
I can't think of a better way to spend a moment.
Thank you. Appreciate the moment. We have two staff members here in our audience with us. One, I'd like to introduce our Recreation and Parks and Cultural Resource Director, Jerry Ferguson, and he's coming forward. If you want to say a word or two quickly. Okay.
Good evening and welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem, Town Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I just want to briefly, I know you have a big agenda, so I want to just briefly say thank you for the opportunity to Mr. White and all staff here, and to Charles Harrington as well for his interim for the last 9 months. As he's kept the department afloat, and he deserves a lot of credit for that, and he's been a very good welcoming to me and all of the staff with the Recreation and Parks and Cultural Resources. So again, just want to say thank you for having me and looking forward to working with the community.
Right. We're thrilled to have you. And you do have a great staff. I'll vouch for them.
I also want to introduce that each summer the manager's office hosts an intern, and so we have Wendy Welsh with us this summer. She's a graduate student at UNC's MPA program, and I'd like to welcome her to the town as well.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to experience Carrboro in this manner, and what a great night to come out and see civic engagement in action. So thanks for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to it. So looking forward to learning a lot.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. On to the consent agenda. The first item is approval of the September 20, 2022 minutes with changes by Mayor Pro Tem Romaine. And a request to amend the 203 South Greensboro Street Project Ordinance. The purpose of this agenda item is to amend the 203 South Greensboro Street Project Ordinance to include Orange County Sustainability Grant Funds and additional stormwater enterprise funds.
Barbara.
Mayor Pro Tem Romaine, I'd just like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented. I see Randy's fingers. So which one do you want to?
I have a question about the minute.
Oh, okay. Number 2, cool.
2 is fine.
Okay. So I'll amend that for number 2.
Okay.
Second.
So second. So all those in favor of approving number 2 on the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Unanimous approval. And Randy, you had a question on the minutes.
I do, and both questions are for the manager. In the minutes, there was a request on behalf of the Carrboro Elementary PTA, requested information about an upgrade to the shared playground equipment, and I don't recall ever hearing how that was resolved.
Okay, we'll go back and take a look at that and see if we send a response.
Okay. And the second was the item that had the resolution to amend rules and procedures for remote participation. And I think one of the things that, first of all, thank you, Mr. Attorney, and please thank Brad, because it's great to have that flexibility. What I would like to know that we do not know is how many advisory boards are still using remote, how many are meeting in person, and how many are having hybrid meetings, and the frequency of hybrid meetings. If we could just be updated on that, and then I'll make a motion to pass the minutes.
So noted by our manager. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the consent agenda for September 20th, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Wesley, unanimously approved. And Mr. Manager, back to you.
Okay, the first public hearing tonight is a legislative public hearing on land use ordinance text amendments to modify the M3 zoning district at South Green. The purpose of this agenda item is for the town council to consider amending the land use ordinance to allow certain multifamily residential uses into the M3 zoning district with a special use permit subject to certain criteria. The request is associated with the petition to amend the M3 CZ district at South Green. A draft ordinance has been prepared. The council must receive public comments before taking action on the draft ordinance. Tina Moon, Planning Administrator, will make opening comments.
And Wesley, should I go ahead and open the public hearing at this point? And Tina, before you jump in, I'm going to give council members just a quick summary of, we'll hear a presentation from staff. We will hear a presentation from the applicant. Then we will hear anybody here who's wanting to make public comment. And then finally, council members will have an opportunity to be asking any clarifying questions.
Really quickly while Tina's found it. So Mayor Pro Tem Romaine, as well as I guess Mr. White, we do have a quorum here, even though we have 3 of our colleagues out. And I'm not sure if there are decision points tonight or if we are comfortable with decision points and if this is the time before we get into things, or did we want to save that conversation for later because we have a lot ahead of us that could be decision points? Thank you.
I think that's a great question. My recommendation, Barbara, would be that we hear from staff, the applicant, public comment, hear any questions that are that folks have, and council members have to clarify things. And then I would like to have a conversation about our next steps. And at that point, I think we could fold your very important questions into that conversation.
So we're doing it per item, I guess. I was just talking about in general with all that we have. We have 2 legislative public hearings, quasi-judicial.
Mm-hmm.
I was just talking about in general, but I'm happy to just dive into it.
Probably it's better for me with the way I just taking it one at a time, if you're okay with that. And Tina, help us out. I know that we have back-to-back public hearings on the text amendments and the map amendment, and will we be just focused on the text amendments right now, or will these be all part of your same presentation?
You kind of stole my thunder with your wonderful introduction. I similarly wanted to help share, particularly for members of the public, what we have often done in this scenario before, where we have a rezoning and there are text amendments that are associated with it. And often what you do is you open the public hearing for the text amendments, and you have the presentation. I'm not sure I'm looking for the applicant. I see them here. I'm not sure if they'll have as much of a presentation for the text amendments. I'm sure they will for the map amendment. Have an opportunity for public comment and to ask questions, and leave the hearing open, and then move on to the public hearing for the map amendment. And the reason is I think, have figured out there's a relationship between the two. The map amendment can't move forward without the text amendments being approved. And if you decide you would prefer not to move forward with the map amendment, you may wish not to approve the text amendments. So those are kind of the relationship between the two. So you may wish to go through the public hearing process for both of those and leave them open. And then depending on how you feel, if you're ready to move, you can. And if not, you can kind of leave it open and continue it under the direction of the town attorney until the next meeting and you're ready.
Okay. Barbara, does that sound good to you? Everybody on board?
Okay. So
do you want to open the public hearing?
I thought I did, but I'll say it again. We will. So I will open the public hearing on both the text amendments and the map amendment.
Okay. Just to circle back to the first one, I think to kind of set the stage, a little bit of background might be helpful. There is no action related to the background. This is just to help kind of set the stage as to what you will be discussing this evening. I think some of you may remember the South Green project that came forward. It began with the text amendment, and I think it was 2013, because there was an interest of adding additional uses to that district. That was originally zoned, some of us may remember, the Rogers Treon, I guess was a machine shop, was an M1 district, a light manufacturing district, and there was interest in adding additional uses to that district. So that Runyon Woods was kind of the lead at that point of Wood Hill. And he submitted a text amendment first,
to add these additional uses to the district. And as you may remember, the way that the additional uses were permitted was to set up a sliding scale approach, so that we came up with a list of performance standards, and the development had to include a certain percentage of those performance standards to get a certain percentage of square footage of restaurant uses. And we're continuing with that to the request for residential uses this evening, which is why I'm providing this extra bit of background. And as you may remember, part of the interest for having uses of a higher return was because there was a pretty substantial amount of stormwater improvements that were part of this original project. And that was kind of a balancing act of having some additional returns in exchange for some of the substantial pipe work that was involved in this original project. So the district was originally created as a conditional use district, meaning the rezoning and the permit happened kind of at the same time. The review for that happened at the same time with the state legislature's adoption of Chapter 160D. Conditional use districts went away, so this was automatically converted to a conditional district. So we're now looking at the rezoning, or pardon me, the map amendment first, and if it's approved, the permit will come as a subsequent step. So that's the difference between that, what we're looking at today. Just to give you, I realize this is a little bit small, this is just to give you a sense for the audience of what we were talking about in terms of performance standards related to this district. There are things that have to do, they're essentially green building and green site improvements. And this is important because this is an excerpt from the recorded, at that point, it was a conditional use permit, and the project included 40% of these site improvements. And if I stand back and you can see, these are the ones that they were given credit for. And in addition, number 42 shows an interest of providing for solar. So this is the way this original project was set up. So the key kind of takeaways from the original rezoning and subsequent project, new district was created, allowed for additional uses, most notably restaurants, in exchange for having some of these green site and building uses. Based on this formula, the sliding scale formula, the project was approved with 40% of these uses. And of note, the project also included a parking reduction. I know that's been an interest of a topic of interest of late. So just to give you a sense of where we are, this is an excerpt from the CUP plans. These 3 buildings have been constructed and are in use. This is the piece which is considered technically Lot 2, where there was a commercial project building proposed. As you can tell, this has not yet been constructed. This is the undeveloped portion of the site. This is the section that the applicants tonight are interested in replacing this building with a residential component, really mixed use. So kick ahead to where we are this evening to begin the discussion. You have the applicants. I'm looking for Mark Mosier. Here we go. Thank you. And his development team, engineer, and so forth. They have come to the town with an interest of replacing the building that you just saw that was approved for what is Lot 2, the easternmost lot on the site, with a residential component. So it's a series of 3 buildings, really. One main building that has, well, I'll talk about that when we get to that. In order to get to the ability for them to move forward with the residential use, there's 3 steps that are required. First, the original zoning district, when it was created, did not include residential uses. I think there was some discussion about that, but at the end, the applicant was not interested in doing that at the time. So the first step is the text amendment to add residential uses. In this case, they're multifamily. To the district, so that's a permissible use for the applicant to then seek. Then the second step will be to amend the district to allow those new uses. And then if both of those items are approved, the applicants would come back with a modification to what is now a special use permit. Again, Chapter 160D, conditional use permits were converted to special use permits. So those are the steps. And this officially begins our discussion of the text amendments, the first piece.
And so there's really 3 text amendments that the applicants have asked for. Perhaps the most substantial is this addition of multifamily uses. The second is to replace the existing open space and recreation requirements that are linked to residential uses with the downtown urban amenities. This is is one of those things that perhaps is, let me say that better, is perhaps a better fit for a more urban situation. And we'll let the applicant speak to their proposal for those types of features. And finally, the third text amendment that they're requesting is to allow the maximum building height to be increased from 3 stories, which is what you see in manufacturing districts, to 4 stories just for those residential buildings. I've included the text amendment in its entirety, not because I'm expecting everyone to read every word, but rather because I want to make sure that everybody understands, again, this sliding scale and the relationship. So this is the same format that was provided for the original restaurant use, where there's a maximum, this relationship with you provide a percentage of these site performance standards in exchange for getting these additional uses. And it increases. So up to 15% of restaurant square footage or a certain amount of residential, and then it increases up to 30% and then up to 50% and so forth, using the same kind of sliding scale. And just for reference, the R2 zoning district is typically about 2,000 square feet of land area per dwelling unit. And R3 would be about 3,000 square feet of land area per dwelling unit. The proposal is a little bit more than R3. So just to give you a sense of what we're talking about. There's also some additional requests. Here's the language for the text amendment related to those 2 other elements that they've requested. In terms of procedural notes, we've talked about the fact that these are legislative decisions. So there's a question of consistency, adopted plans and policies. You have comments from the advisory boards that have looked at this. Unfortunately, we had a couple of advisory boards who were not able to meet quorum requirements, so you do not have comments from some of the usuals, the Appearance Commission and the Transportation Advisory Board and the Environmental Advisory Board. And there's materials in your packet. So I can stop at this point if there's questions or comments, or I can just continue on if you'd rather.
One quick procedural question. It's kind of tied to what Barbara was asking. If we were to make any significant changes that we're proposing, do we need to call a new public hearing for that? In other words, we've now advertised these amendments, and if we deviate much too far from this, does that require another public hearing?
I can let the town attorney speak to that.
Only if it's really very stark, very different. It's contemplated that there are changes may be made.
Okay, that's helpful.
Rare to do that, even as you have the power to do it.
Okay. Any other questions, council members? We're good to go.
Okay, we'll continue on to the next piece. There's a little bit of overlap here, so just bear with me. And we'll jump a little bit more into, I think, the project at this point, and I'll just hit the highlights. I know that the applicant will go into that in greater detail. And again, this is a map. This particular portion of the public hearing is for a map amendment, and that would apply the availability to have these new uses to the entire 3-lot district. And so it's important to understand that even though the applicant tonight is seeking to modify that 1 lot, it's a 3-lot district. So this would allow future changes, within the district of the other lots to potentially have residential uses as well, so long as those ratios are maintained. But again, at this point, no changes are being proposed for those. Okay, so this is perhaps the more interesting piece to look at, and again, here's just to give you a comparison. This is what was approved as part of the original CUP, and here's this commercial building that is now being proposed to be replaced with this complex right here. Have a slightly larger size of it. So the big changes that you're seeing, let me go back one. Seeing a change in this entrance point here. So instead of having two connection points to the parking lot, this would be changed to be much more of a bike pedestrian facility. The amenities are shown in this corner. I have a more of a zoom in, and I suspect the applicants do too, where they can speak more specifically to the features that they've identified, but these are the urban amenities. There's some outdoor features and so forth. There's approximately 63 units in total in this stretch here, as well as the buildings here and here. At this point, they're proposing for the first floor of this group of buildings, which are six units, to be commercial, and the remainder, and they're 4 stories, to be residential. In the conditions for the map amendment, which we'll get to in just a minute, we've identified a maximum of 63, with the idea that there's a potential at some point that there may be an interest of converting these first-story commercial buildings to residential as well. So that would provide them with that flexibility. The parking for the project originally had, in the original CUP, had 2 options. It was either 179 or 180. The proposal is now at about 184. I have a revised draft ordinance that I'll provide for you. As we looked through this and noticed there were a couple of places where perhaps the number of spaces didn't quite match the actual physical number of spaces shown on the plans, it seemed to make sense to provide them with a little bit of a range. The site plan will be considered, if adopted, part of a condition, so it would be essentially binding, and that gives them a little bit of flexibility as they move forward towards their permit if they reach that point. Technically, the process of requesting a parking reduction occurs at the permit phase anyway, so the condition would set the stage, but that final decision would occur with the permit. Yeah, so no real significant change in terms of total parking, just slightly redistributed. And again, based on the number of units, it's roughly R3. It's a little bit more than that. This gives you a sense of what the buildings are proposed to look like. This is from an earlier series of images. This isn't quite what's in your packet. And then here are the draft conditions. And again, I have one extra version to give to you. The conditions are intended to do the following. The first one is pretty standard in terms of what it's intended to do for a rezoning, which is to identify these are the features that will be decided as part of the rezoning, and these are the features or elements that will be determined as part of the subsequent permit. In this particular case, because there was that original conditional use permit that identified all those special green features, it's really important to be sure as the project moves forward that all of those items of the 40% they received credit for, that those are carried through to this new iteration of the project. So that's what that condition number 2 is designed to do. Number 3 speaks to capping the maximum number of residential dwelling units. For the discussion about affordable housing has changed a little bit during the course of the review, and the applicants can speak to that. The focus is now more on size limited. As you may remember, in the ordinance, there is a provision related to size limited, size limited or small homes for developments that involve homes for sale. And so based on the size of their units that they can speak to, they would meet that criteria. If they do not provide 15% affordable, which is the town's policy, they would be required to come before you as a meeting. That's standard as part of the permit process. And then finally, this is the change from what was in your packet, number 5, where there's a range of parking that's provided. And it explains why that seems to make sense in this particular case. And you'll also notice that there's parking, and they will speak to this as well. There's quite a bit of bicycle parking, as well as some EV charging stations that are identified on the site.
Tina, just to confirm, that 175 to 190, that's for all 3 lots?
That would be for the entire three parcel site. Yes, that's correct. In terms of policy analysis, we have a new comprehensive plan, so we're doing this a little bit differently. There does seem to be, the applicant has spent some time in their application and in their petition to identify the areas that they feel that they are achieving the interests that are outlined in Carrboro Connects. Certainly having diversity of housing choices seems to fit in this case. Some of the climate action interests, both in the overall site improvements, as well as the potential for solar and other energy efficient type elements. The commercial piece links to economic development, and certainly it's in a wonderful location in terms of transit and land use and density. So apologies for ending with such a dense slide. Again, comments are somewhat limited from the advisory boards due to some quorum issues. Good comments, so from the planning board, the ESC, and the Affordable Housing Commission. There were, I think by Friday when the packet went out, I had only received, I think, 3 inquiries, and then by this afternoon, I think we received quite a few more. So I'm sure there's people here who will want to speak to those, but there wasn't time to include those. And I think that's pretty much it for me. The final notes in terms of making a decision for a map amendment as well as a text amendment, but I think it's particularly relevant for a map amendment, is not only consistency with the now adopted comprehensive plan, but also seeking the public good, the public benefit. So I'll be available for questions, or I'll pause, and when you're ready, we can ask the applicant to come up.
Great. Were you thinking questions for you now, or wait until after the applicant?
It's up to you, whichever you prefer.
Council members, thoughts on questions now, or do you want to wait until the applicant? Randy, one question?
I'm wondering, when this came up the very first time, one of the things that we talked about for the footprint originally was also zip cars. Why is that lost in this conversation, and should that be elevated? As we're talking about reducing parking, doesn't it make sense to ask the applicant to create spaces for zip cars and provide that?
I think that's something that we can certainly ask the applicant when they come up.
Thanks.
Okay. So I think we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant, and then stand by, Tina, because I'm sure we'll have some questions.
Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Good evening. Welcome.
Thought my team was going to come up with me, but they're going to abandon me over there unless there's questions for them.
If you could state your name for the record,
yes.
That would be great.
Mark Mosier, Legacy Real Property Group, and thanks for having us here tonight. Here with me, I have Don Tice, who's a principal at TKA Architects, local firm. He's doing all the architecture, and George Ritchie, principal at Ballantine, and he is our engineer. And he was also the engineer for the first phase. So we looked at South Green. We know the developers of the first phase, and it was mostly a retail project, and it really struggled through COVID. And as we were in COVID and coming out of it, it became apparent that the face of retail and probably the future of retail is just going to be a little bit different. And trying to get a medium-sized box, which was the larger retail building that was in phase 2, was really going to be a long wait for the developers of phase 1, and it was probably fairly unlikely. And so in working with them and trying to help them find the best path forward, we really try to analyze what we thought would be the highest and best use for the project, and what would really be a good path forward. And as we looked at it, we thought more mixed use, but residential included, could really be a win for the project and for Carrboro. We think that in looking at all the goals of Carrboro Connects, and I participated in that task force for many, many months on Zoom, and what we heard everyone saying was that they were really looking for some other housing opportunities. And we looked at this and thought there was a possibility we could make it work. And as we started to examine it, we really started to take shape. And we thought the first building, and we heard from you all that everybody really wanted more commercial in this area. And what we thought would work would be to create some commercial units in combination with residential. So we have the orange buildings are actually on the first floor facing the other commercial buildings that are built already. Those are slated to be commercial units, and we think that they would be really well suited for businesses like a tax accountant or somebody like that. We're not thinking there's any restaurants in this space at all because we have residential above it, and that would really just be difficult from a construction standpoint. You get into a lot of issues with venting and all kinds of issues. So we really think it's more office, retail, and then the remainder of the project being residential. What got us excited about this was a lot of things we heard in the Carrboro Connects was that there's missing price points. It's hard to find affordable housing that's available for purchase. And also it's hard to find commercial that's available for purchase. So we thought, what if we made these all condominiums, and that people could buy the office or the commercial space as well as buy the residential units. And as we really started to brainstorm, we thought, geez, people could live and work in the same location, or be convenient to downtown. It could really be supportive of the other businesses that are already in phase 1. And we looked at the other targets that Carrboro has in their land use ordinance, and we thought we could really hit on a lot of those by supplying some housing that created, we think of it as workforce housing. And we think that a lot of this housing can, our definition of workforce housing is somebody that might make 80 to 120% of median household income. We think some of these units could be at the bottom of that, but we think all of them could be within that range. And to create a great project, we thought the outdoor community space really needed to provide what people would want. And the site is challenging. There's a really large sloped hill in the back of this site, and what we could squeeze in there is a challenge that George and Don did a great job. But we think, and everything's not set in stone yet, but we think we'd have a community garden, we'd have a dog park, we'd have some outdoor gathering space for eating and entertaining, and sit around a fire pit, things like that. So we think the space would be great. We do think 4 stories is really necessary to get the density up to make this work. And what I think our design team did an excellent job, and we have some illustrations for that, is that 4 stories actually still sits well below this hill. I mean, it actually, Don did a great job of kind of nestling this project in below the trees and way below the slope of the hill. So what we think we'd like to do is be able to provide all of this for sale, and then allow people that live and work in Carrboro, people that are teachers and first responders, things like that, giving them a chance to have a product that they can actually afford. It's hard to afford a single-family house in Carrboro. These units are, we decided to design them smaller so that by nature of the square footage being smaller, they are inherently more affordable and provide an opportunity for other people to, or for a lot of people to be able to afford. From a sustainability standpoint, we have opportunities with the way we design the buildings and the sloped roofs. We can do solar. We can provide great transportation and green energy construction. We're close to the multimodal path that you see going down through the middle of the project, connect to the bus line. We think you mentioned zip cars. We also think having some electric powered bicycles that people could take up the hill to get to downtown would be great. Maybe the community has a few of them that people can borrow and check out and take up the hill. We think the location is one of the greatest amenities for the project. So I think if there's questions more specific to some of the design, I'd ask George or Don to help me comment. We're doing all permeable paving. Our stormwater is state of the art. We have a lot of sustainable construction that will go into the buildings themselves. When you look at this, the other thing I want to mention, when Tina was explaining, this looks like there's a lot of parking, and the buildings actually span out over some of this parking. So the back building in the upper right-hand corner that's labeled 2B actually sticks way out over that whole back parking lot. So that's covered parking, and then 3 stories of residential above it. The parking behind the commercial spaces, that whole row is actually covered by residential units above it. So there's covered parking, and we created a really nice kind of urban alley feel to that. We did not want to, and we heard from the Appearance Commission, we heard from other committees that we met with, even though they didn't have quorums, we really took to heart their comments, which was, let's shade the parking, let's reduce parking where we can. And we really listened to that and recognized how we did it. So I think that's all we have. Can I answer any questions? Anyone? And also, I just wanted to mention too, I think we have another, Tina, do we have another public hearing before the special use permit? So if there's some things about how we're going to handle the affordability, we've been brainstorming with Anne Marie about, some real exciting opportunities to figure out how we're going to address the affordability in the workforce housing and keep that in that range. We'll be meeting with Anne Marie to try to flush out some of those details. And then I think there's another public hearing for the actual final special use permit that we would kind of have all those details nailed down by then.
That's my understanding too, with the major modification to the SUP, that there will be a separate public hearing for that. So
that's my understanding as well.
Questions? That is a great question. Should we, any questions for Mark now? I agree with Barbara about maybe this is a good time to jump into public comment. And I say that, Mark, because there may be some comments that are raised that will add to our questions
Absolutely.
for you. So if you don't mind staying put for a little longer, we're going to go ahead and enter into public comment. And I'm going to do the same thing, read down my list of names. 3 minutes, please. And South Green. We're going to begin with Joe Valenti. And after Joe, waiting in the wings. Go ahead, Joe, and I'll find out once I read down the names. Nobody's immediately on the list, so you take it away.
Thank you very much. My name is Joe Belinfi. I live in Robertson Place, which is the neighborhood just up the hill from South Green. And I actually have emailed you this, so I'm going to go totally off script and just sort of comment a little bit about what I heard from Tina and to sort of emphasize some of the comments there. First and foremost, just a little bit about me, that I've been here, first moved here in 2013. I love living here. Carrboro, I think, is a great town, and I'm a huge supporter, actually, of this development. The key takeaways that I'm hoping that the council will get from me and the other neighbors in the area is whether or not it's really the right size. I think there are a lot of details that need to be worked out. In my feeling, I think that there's not enough park-like area. I mean, we've heard a lot about the green construction and green considerations for building, and it sort of looks like there's green space there, but that slope there, it's just going to be a huge challenge to make it feel like there's green space, and how to use the construction there so it actually feels open and usable being the key. And one of the things I wanted to emphasize is that there's just such growing evidence of the importance of green space, both for the environment and for public health. For example, their link is in what I'm emailing you. There's an NIH-funded paper that was published in January suggesting how natural environments, and this is green space and parks, how it, quote, it protects against several adverse health outcomes, including depression, cardiovascular disease, and mortality. So that was one of the points, is that I really feel like this project needs to be right-sized for that. Along with that, whether the parking is really appropriate for something like that. And I'm kind of curious whether there's been a third-party study and look at parking, whether or not it's really going to be the right number of spaces for the right number of units that are going to be there. I hope there are actually going to be less units, because that density, what I've seen seems just too much for that space, especially the way that the topography sort of hugs it. It may seem open and spacious from this 2D dimensional perspective, but if you go there, it's different. It could end up feeling very closed. The other thing that I want to emphasize as a neighbor is that there is that the road there is not built to be open, and that's one of the things that the neighbors here I want to emphasize, that there not be through traffic into Robertson Place from the South Green development. And I learned for the first time what this lot used to be before it was there, and I wondered if there was any kind of need for environmental testing. If the zoning is going to be for residential, is there some sort of toxic waste that's been left there from the previous, whatever it was before it was this development? So just kind of in conclusion, I'm hoping that this will go forward. I'm a supporter of it, but I hope that the property will have fewer units, more appropriate parking, and a lot more room to breathe and live, so that we feel like it's an open space and not just, cramming a bunch of stuff in there. And thank you very much for your time. This is my first time here, so really enjoyed it.
You done good. Thank you, Joe. It's a little hard for me to see. Is it Dodd Tiso? D-O? That could be it. Dodd, D-O-D? D-O-N. I should have guessed. Welcome, Don.
My name is Don.
Thank you. I was just going to say state your name.
My name is Don Tice. I'm actually a member of the team presenting. I'm with Tice Keister Architects. I wanted to hang back and hear some of the comments to help me kind of dovetail in some of the things that Mark has already said. Tice Keister Architects is located in Chapel Hill. We're in East Franklin Street. And we primarily focus on multifamily housing, primarily around the state affordable housing, seniors, families, veterans, supportive housing. And this project, just to answer a couple things. First, to tie it into something that started the evening, which was the poetry reading. It was about a tree, but it was about a not particularly indigenous tree, a bright lapir. What we'll have in here, all the plantings and everything we have will either be indigenous or endemic to the Piedmont area. Start with the large trees, the understory trees, and all the way through the perennials that'll be planted around. So that's an important component. And it's part of this green initiative that was initially laid over the phase one. So I wanted to throw that in. We'll also, can I move through here? This zooms in a little bit. It's not totally, but you can see a little bit better the amenities. There's about 6,000 square feet of open defined amenities there between the dog park and the sitting areas and the community gardens and that type of thing. And of course, there's a lot more open space around than that, but 6,000 square feet around the actual amenity space. Does this work? Yeah. This is the interior amenity, and then this is the urban amenities here. And we've let the dog park go up the hill a little bit. It'll have to be designed because we don't have to make the entire dog park accessible, just a big component of it, so the dogs can run up and down and run up the hill, roll down if they want to. So I think those are the big things from some of the comments I just heard. The other big issue is this is the plans up above, and what this identifies, going back to there, you can see the parking running along here, and the parking under here is actually covered by the buildings up above. So some of the parking spaces are covered and some of the parking is tucked up under the footprint of the building. So you don't have the pervious surface of the footprint of the building and in addition parking on top of that. They actually do double duty. So that's a key point from there to there. And then this is the point about the hill. It is a rather unusual, almost quarry-like site. And so we tried to stay at the bottom of the flatter areas that were originally identified as part of the original Lot 2 commercial building. And we have spread it out. And the actual configuration that we have now, which is the best seen here, is actually a direct result of a Zoom hearing meeting. I don't know if it was called a public hearing or whatever. It was a community meeting where there was an interest in breaking up the masses a little bit more and trying to have more of this urban space that you see here. So, thank you. What can I answer? Since I'm the architect, do you have any specific architect questions?
When we called you for public comment, my apologies,
Okay.
Don. I didn't realize you had mentioned.
Really
your
didn't want
name
to
as
come up
part
at
of the
all.
applicant
But when you
team,
called my name, I had to.
So thank you, Barbara. Did you have a question while Don was here in terms of?
So thank you.
Certainly.
My question is about the open space and recreational facility requirement. Then you have downtown livability areas and urban amenities. And so I know that there is at least some concern about having the open space and recreational facilities versus the urban amenities. And that's for my own understanding and probably for a few other folks. I think the gentleman that was just here spoke about that too, and there's been some other folks that have commented about that. So, and also that environmental piece that the gentleman was talking about, building residential on top of, I think the name of the building was Trichem, and if there should be some type of environmental study, or is there any concern about that? And I'm not sure if that's your question. If it isn't, we can stick with the.
It's not, but I can give you my opinion on it because most of the projects we do, the affordable housing we do, most of it's folded into restoring historic buildings. Like we take an old mill and put housing in it, that kind of thing. So we deal with a lot of what's referred to as brownfields or these type of toxic things you're talking about. And phase one has been done in this site, correct, Mark? A phase one is something that's done that where you do test wells and things like that and make sure there's nothing there. And if there is something there, it tells you what it is and you have to deal with it. And if it's really bad stuff, you have to go through a group called Diener to deal with it. But we don't have to do that in this site because we don't have any of those brownfield issues. Is that correct, Mark? Okay.
It was done actually before phase one.
Oh, cool.
So I think all the brownfields are gone. So I think we're good there. Oh, the recreational open space. We've tried to provide as much as we can. Every project is a balance between the residential leasable, or in this case for sale, and in this case retail, the associated parking, and then the green area. And then you fight, that fights against the topography and what you have to work with. And then the last layer that's on top of this mix is accessibility. And when you start doing public availability of public amenities and open areas, urban amenities, they have to be accessible. You have to have an accessible path to it. And on a site like this, it can be a challenge as you move up the hill this way. If you, except for the dog park, which I said, we don't have to have accessible paths all the way to all the sides of the dog park. When you start moving up the hill, you have to have accessible paths to get to them, and that can be very challenging to meet code. So that's why we tried to keep everything tucked down in. And you can see these are retaining walls. We're actually pushing back against the toe of the hill a little bit in order to create more of a buildable, walkable, usable area. And then, of course, we'll be planting the hillsides and that kind of thing. So we would like to do a big giant field, but this site just really doesn't lend itself to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Does that do you? Thank you.
I have
Stay right there, Dawn.
You would go back to the slide that shows the embankment and the hill.
Embankment and oh, yes. There you go.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird
I
drawing.
love that it looks very green, but of course I know it's not. I know that it's practically a sheer wall. But what I wanted to ask is, and I love that you put trees on top of the hill, but actually, what is the overlook from Roberts Road, and have you looked at that? Because I'm thinking about 4 stories, so I'm trying to figure out the proximity
Sure.
for the Roberts Road folks.
Well, this is done in Revit, which means it's a 3D modeling program. So we can develop models, aerials, anything anybody needs. If you guys need some more additional information along the way, and there's going to be another public hearing, that's a good idea, is to do a render from that way. What you're looking at here, though, is this is actually to scale. This is the top, that's called topo, or top contour, and this is actually where the finished floor is down below. So this is the height of these components, and we've also tried to do a couple things. One, break it up a little bit so it's not one big solid mass. We've also tried to pull some materials from phase 1 without trying to look like we're mimicking phase 1. And then we've also met the other LUMO considerations of percentage of open glass and transparency and that kind of thing. So that's kind of what you're looking at in this elevation, but primarily the idea, it's kind of weird to do a building elevation with a big hill in the background, but Mark wanted us to do it. I'm glad we did. But if we need to do some aerials that show it to scale from different views, we can do that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful because I'd love to be able to get a sense from Roberts Road what their sense of how human scaled this development would be for it to be 4 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Okay, back to public comment. Next up, Suzanne Johnson. And after Suzanne, we'll have Nicholas Johnson. If you could please state your name for the record.
My name is Suzanne Johnson. I live in Park Slope, right next to this development. And just wanted to express a couple of concerns. The first one has already been brought up about the exemption for the normal open space and recreational requirements. And that's supposed to be replaced by these urban amenities. And I guess I'm just got some more questions about the urban amenities. One of the problems we have with the current area is we have a very popular restaurant, that hasn't been able to open because there's a cigar shop, cigar smoking establishment next to it, and the smoke goes into the restaurant, and they can't have indoor dining. So it just, yes, there's urban amenities, but the one restaurant that folks who would live here might want to go to, they actually can't go to except for takeout. The second issue is, again, with this recreation, I'm really concerned about where the kids would play. Where's the safe, I didn't see a plan for any kind of a playground or where would the kids go that would be safe. And I do think that affordable housing is really important. So I think the developer did speak to that to a certain extent, but I would actually like to know more and be more convinced that this is really going to offer affordable housing. Apparently, most of them are going to be 1 and 2 bedroom. So that's fine. But I think we want affordable housing for folks that live in the community and not necessarily students, which, that could be very attractive, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. So anyway, those are my concerns, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thanks for coming out. Yes.
I'm not sure who's in control of the AC, but
It's
it's
cold.
freezing in here. And so I want to shout that out and see if we can get a little bit more warmth in here. I'm sorry. Oh. All right.
Thank you, Zach.
Nicholas Johnson.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Could we go back to the previous slide, the aerial view?
Rachel Foster's up next.
Yeah, I guess tell me when. That's it. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, council members. My name is Nicholas Johnson. No relation to Suzanne Johnson. I live at 104 Purple Leaf Place, which is right up the hill from South Green. In fact, I live right across the street from the park in the in the Roberson Place neighborhood. And the story sounds really good. We've got these dog park, the fireplace, the clubhouse amenity, but there's one glaring omission from the story, which is the kids. As Suzanne just mentioned, there are going to be kids who live in these places, in these homes, and I don't understand why we should make a text amendment to change the replace the open space and recreational facility requirements associated with recreational uses and change those to downtown livability area and urban amenities. So I'm opposed to that. And I think the burden of demonstrating why we should make that text amendment should be on the developer, not on the community arguing against it. But specifically, as half of the playground committee of the Roberson Place HOA, I know quite a bit about what's going on that playground, and there's going to be a lot of burden placed on that playground. I live across the street from it. I see how active it is, and I would average that it's used by probably about 200 people a day, give or take, depending on the weather. And it's a privately maintained and managed playground. About a third of the people who use it every day are children, and I recognize a third of the folks who go there, I would say on average. So probably the majority of the folks who use that playground are outside of our HOA fee-paying group. And we're a very welcoming neighborhood. We certainly wish to have more friends and neighbors join us in our park and in our playground. But really don't understand why the developer should be allowed exemption from accounting for the children in that neighborhood. So I looked actually a little closer at the Carrboro Connects comprehensive plan to understand where this space was in the walkshed to Carrboro Towns, and it actually exactly straddles the 10-minute walkshed point to a town-managed park. So what that means, and that 10-minute walkshed doesn't account for the steep uphill grade that someone has to do as they walk from this space to a Carrboro town-managed park. So that means they're pretty isolated from town parks. And the closest park and closest playground is going to be the HOA managed park and playground at Roberson Place. And that park is under quite a bit of just wear and tear. I mean, I'm out there nearly every day picking up trash. We have like a dog trash bin. It gets used. There's a trash can that gets filled up. The toys get destroyed. I just recently ordered new chairs for the park because they were destroyed. So, I mean, kids play, that's what they do. The grass is basically gone. And it's just going to be more wear and tear on the park. I really don't understand why the developer should be allowed to send, basically not contribute to the facilities that the children are going to need in the green space. Like, we would love to, have our kids play in their park and their kids play in our park, or maybe if they could contribute to the maintenance of our park to represent that the kids are putting wear and tear on our park. But it just doesn't seem like the right strategy to just have fireplaces in dog parks. And also just looking at the Attachment I, racial equity pocket questions, I think it was pretty overstated here that the creation of recreational amenities for South Green would address the additional foot traffic to the Roberson Place neighborhood. I really don't see that actually, because like I said, the children are going to come and play in our park. So I think that one more point is I don't hear the developer make this argument, but if the argument is, well, we can't afford it in this development, I don't think that's true at all. The Perry Place development, which is on Merritt Mill, has only 48 units. They're affordable housing and they have a playground. So why can't this one? It's larger. So thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming out this evening. Okay. Rachel Foster. Is Rachel here? No, Rachel. And Rachel Curtis Veazey. I have 273 Sweet Bay. She left. Next up, South Green, Tom Wiltberger. And Tom's followed by Lisa.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Tom Wiltberger. I have lived in downtown Carrboro for 22 years. Own a house in downtown Carrboro. I also am co-owner of Terra Nova Global Properties in downtown Carrboro. And I've formerly been on the Appearance Commission. So I've been on this microphone a few times, but not many. And I just wanted to say I strongly support the idea of rezoning this property to include some dense residential living. And I'll spell out my reasons. From a business standpoint, obviously adding density to downtown within a walkable or bikeable distance especially can, add to the vibrance of our community and also just help support downtown businesses. I think it's strategically located where traffic is, given that it's walking distance, even to the 203 future library, going to allow people to walk up to town. But if they need to drive somewhere, that's what that traffic circle is for, and that's easy access to the bypass if folks need to commute out of there. But the big reason I'm in favor of this project is because we have a housing shortage. And we don't just have a housing shortage, we need this type of housing. And what I mean by this type of housing is a few things. We need for purchase housing. There's a lot of apartments for rent in and around Carrboro. There's a lot of apartments being built in Chapel Hill, but people want to buy. They love Carrboro, they want to put their roots down, and they want to make a place here that's a home that they can build equity and take advantage of the benefits of homeownership. So we need for purchase housing. We need reasonable priced housing, and you can call it affordable, workforce. The developer referenced the missing middle, but most people can no longer afford a single family house in Carrboro, North Carolina. And I, as a realtor, have access to the multiple listing service. And how many homes do you think are for sale in Carrboro today? 4. Yesterday they were 5, but 1 sold last night. The average price of those 4 homes, $978,000. The average price of all the homes sold in 2019 in Carrboro, and there's about 200 or so that transact a year in the city limits, was $380,000. This year it's $590,000. So that's the average price of all types of housing in Carrboro. So yes, providing smaller, more reasonably priced homes, 1, 2 bedrooms with these kinds of, with this location and amenity, is going to allow people to enjoy Carrboro that are currently priced out of it. The last type of housing I'm referring to is 1-level condo living with elevator access. The last building built with those characteristics in Carrboro was the 605 West Main building, built in 2005, which was 18 years ago, and it offered 7 units to contribute to the housing stock. This is an opportunity to put 60 of that type of housing into our community. It appeals to empty nesters, it appeals to seniors, it appeals to young people, it appeals to people with mobility issues who want 1-level living with elevator access. Other developers would cram a bunch of townhomes in a more suburban setting, and many developers just develop single family for financial reasons. Land is expensive here. But this is an opportunity to put a whole lot of housing that's sorely needed in our community in all at once. And it makes me excited. I think this developer should be applauded for taking on this type of project, putting it, recognizing the need for this and taking on the risks associated with. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Tom. After Lisa is Thomas Kuntz. And 3 minutes, please.
Okay, great. I'm Lisa Hazerjan. I live at 210 Purple Leaf Place, and I might speak at the speed of a New Yorker to get through. I really appreciate the comments from the last speaker. Ever since the abandoned lot where my son and I used to throw rocks in water after a rainstorm was first proposed as building, I was like, why can't we have housing here? We need housing. And so I really appreciate that. And really want to focus my comments on how to make things just a little bit better. Because I think, my kid is one of the ones who's torn up the grass in our playground for sure. His feet show it. But we welcome kids from all over. That's great. But I don't feel like you should have to be able to afford one of our exceedingly priced houses to be able to have a playground, a play space at your home. I think that the missing middle deserves that. I think it should be part of this. And I'm really familiar with those features. So I wanted to take a crack, even though I don't have the degrees or whatever. I'm doing some free work for you. At thinking about how to use this slope not as an obstacle, but to lean into the slope, if you will, and turn it into some fantastic play space. So I spent, a little bit of time on the Google and got some pictures that got really pixelated. So I want to say that, and really what I'm saying is I'm all in favor of creating this housing, but I do want to ask council to keep in place the open spaces and recreational facilities requirement associated with residential uses, because people deserve it. I think about my son's second grade teacher, Senora Nosa, who, while my son was in second grade, was super excited that he was expecting his first kid. He's a renter, and he wants to buy. And I would love for Senora Nosa and his wife and his child to be able to be here and have some places. In terms of where could it be? Well, I think that with things that lean into the slope, there's some space above and next to 2B, and there might be some space down around where the other amenities are proposed. And these are just a few of many ideas. Kids really like to go up and down slopes. They love climbing, they love sliding, and this space is perfect for these kinds of things. Grown-ups really like it too because it wears our kids out. You don't just need to run your puppy, you need to run your 3-year-old or your 6-year-old or your 10-year-old. Mine is on crutches right now, but and he's really needing to run, but he can't. I like this because I'm going to just show the other slides really quickly. I like this because there are places for grown-ups to sit. I do want to say that you can fit in some things to serve folks who can't go up and down. Already Joe spoke to these things. Really just want to say, let's make the most of the potential of this property, incorporate some of these features into those seemingly challenging sides. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Rachel Purvis will be up next.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and thank you for your continued attention and concern for our neighborhood at this late hour.
If you could take a moment and share your name for the record, that would be great.
My name is Tommy Kuntz. My wife, my 5-year-old, and my 2-year-old are perhaps the most directly impacted by this development at South Green. We are its immediate neighbors at 212 Purple Leaf Place. All of those maps with the dotted red and yellow lines have my house on them. That wasn't pointed out. It's appropriate that we began this meeting a long time ago with a lovely poem about cutting down trees. When I first moved into the house 20 years ago, you couldn't see our neighbors to the south because of all the greenery. Now, 2 decades and a young family later, my view out of our window is a gravel parking lot and a dumpster that wakes us up every Thursday morning at 5 a.m. We recognize that Carrboro is a dynamic, vibrant community that balances the needs of individuals, families, businesses, and the greater community. We love that. It's a big part of the reason that we're so deeply rooted to our neighborhood. My family and I understand that this development will likely move forward. To be sure, we wish it could simply be a lovely green space, but we recognize that's not likely. I'm here, missing bedtime, to ask for as much partnership as possible in this next phase of the development. To be clear, we appreciate the developer's willingness to meet with us. We want to be great neighbors. Even so, we have several specific concerns that need your help. We already have late night noise that wakes our children up and our neighbors up. We already have people wandering into our yard when girls are playing. We already have significant light pollution that comes into our windows at night. We already have direct sight lines from the ground level of this proposed development into our bedroom windows. We already have every route home in the evenings overcrowded with traffic. We already have routine deliveries and pickups that violate the terms of the original conditional use permit that was written for the first phase of this development. I'm here because I imagine all of those things will get worse, and I need your help to mitigate that. It's been a decade since I came to these meetings to speak against the rezoning for the first phase of the development. Since then, we've found ourselves largely on our own to resolve the issues I just mentioned. So I'm simply asking the town to consider my family, the immediate neighbors, as you consider the request for rezoning. If you decline the zoning, I think we'd be delighted. I would ask that you carefully consider the request to be exempt from the open space and recreational use requirements. I would also ask that you keep the limitation to 3 stories instead of 4. If you do approve it all, please work with us to put conditions on that use that will increase screening, decrease noise, limit overcrowding, and preserve green space. And perhaps most importantly, please help us enforce those conditions. That hasn't been done. A previous speaker said that she had the best neighbors in Carrboro. I humbly submit and think that I live in the best neighborhood, and I'd like to do everything I can to preserve that. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. You could state your name for the record, please.
Hi there, my name is Rachel Purvis-Veazey. Thank you for allowing me to comment. I'm here to speak in favor of the South Green project. I'm a recent dental school graduate from UNC, and I'm married, and my husband and I are starting our family. During both my undergraduate and dental school studies, many of my classmates and I lived in typical student rental options around town. But we always discussed the lack of less expensive home ownership opportunities in the areas after our studies commenced. Like my husband and I, many of my colleagues are at a point in our lives where we are finishing school and entering our professional careers, whether that be in dentistry like myself, nursing, teaching. We are debating what city or town we might want to live in long term and where we want to start practicing our professions. And what we can afford is always a major discussion and a driving factor of these decisions. My colleagues and I have all commented on the sorts of housing opportunities or options available in Carrboro. As much as we love this area, we all think the lack of nice, affordable downtown housing is a detriment when contemplating the idea of staying local after graduation and raising our family here. Most of us can't afford a single-family house in the area, but we would like to be able to invest in a place of our own, not only financially, but also in terms of investing in community and fellowship that accompanies being part of a neighborhood. The idea of having condos available to purchase in a great location near downtown is what my family and my colleagues would love to see. The appeal of common outdoor space, but without the yard maintenance, close proximity to downtown, and the nearby bus and bike paths are great. Not to mention having some great restaurants and places to hang out right outside our front door is ideal. Families like mine are increasingly looking for walkable communities to raise our families. It seems like the residents of South Green would also be beneficial in supporting the surrounding downtown restaurants and businesses. In my opinion, the South Green project would provide a really desirable, affordable housing option for so many people that want to live locally and stay in the area, one that we just haven't been able to find. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing those comments. Sam Kellen or Keller? Thank you for letting me know. Okay, 4 more speakers for South Green. We're going to start with Ori St. Germain.
Good evening. My name is Ori St. Germain, and I manage the marketing and communications for the Carrboro Business Alliance. Both Maggie Funkhauser, manager of the Carrboro Farmers Market, who chairs our leadership council, and Sheila Dalton, owner of Neil's Deli, who chairs the CBA Government Affairs Committee, had conflicts this evening, so you're left with me. In the future, you will likely hear from Bridget Pemberton Smith, formerly of Cameron's and the Art Therapy Institute, who the CBA has hired to support our activities and policy agenda. Now in its 10th year, the Carrboro Business Alliance is a thriving network of 100 local enterprises with a mission to connect members with information, customers, and other enterprises, represent local business interests to policymakers, and promote our members' success in the Carrboro community. Our recently adopted policy agenda prioritizes increasing the housing supply in Carrboro with a focus on advancing strategies to improve housing affordability. The proposal before you to modify the South Green zoning to allow for construction of dense multifamily housing in a mixed-use setting, walkable to downtown and local schools, is completely consistent with the Carrboro Business Alliance's priorities, and we are excited to support it. The CBA's policy agenda calls on Town Council to support the development of diverse housing types that accommodate projected community growth, improve housing affordability, improve housing access for local workers, identify additional land appropriate for housing development, make it easier for housing to be built in Carrboro, and incentivizes housing density and multifamily housing. We are excited to see this project come forward and the possibility of more housing, walkable to downtown, priced to be affordable to the many people who work in Carrboro. On behalf of the CBA Leadership Council, I ask you to vote in support of the text amendments and the rezoning request. Thank you.
Glad you could make it. Thanks for being here. Alex Martin, followed by Luke Rigsby, followed by Aaron Nelson.
All right. Hello. Good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Alex Martin. I live near South Green off of Merritt Mill Road. The ultimate question before the Council is whether the proposed change will benefit the safety, the health, and the welfare of the public. I'm here to argue today that it does. There's certainly a moral imperative to ensuring Carrboro lives up to its promise as an inclusive community, but there's also an economic need that has previously described tonight that I would like to address. The latest economic and social data show that the cost of living in the town of Carrboro and nearby Chapel Hill has been steadily increasing over the past few years. Housing prices in particular have skyrocketed, making it increasingly difficult for families and individuals with lower incomes to find suitable living accommodations. I don't need to list any more statistics because the Realtor speaker did a fantastic job that I don't want to trounce. But in April 2023, Carrboro home prices were up 16% compared to last year. And according to Carrboro Connects, which you've heard about, in 2020, the town faced a shortage of approximately 1,078 housing units based on the number of households in our community and the number of affordable housing units available. This was not only because there was not enough housing, but because current housing was becoming a bigger and bigger cost burden for renters. Over 22% of renters were paying between 30 and 50% of their income on housing. 28% of renters were paying more than 50% of their income on rent. As a soon-to-be student and whose partner is a student, to me, this seems unconscionable for a town that is adjacent to one of the nation's flagship universities. I think while it's important to evaluate the environmental and health impacts, and I trust that the council is doing its due diligence, whether or not Carrboro has enough green space relative to development is something that seems to be still in debate. What's not in debate is the housing shortage and the solution that multifamily housing provides. If there's any reservations I have of the project, it's that the proposed amount of units is too little, not too many. But that's getting idealistic. The amendment in question has a stated commitment to provide housing for middle-income families in line with the town's strategy. As someone who lives walking distance from this proposed multifamily lot and who benefits from the existing amenities provided in South Green, I can think of no better way to support these pre-existing businesses than to give them a walking customer base with while taking a small but meaningful step to helping alleviate Carrboro's housing issues. I urge you all to add the new use classification to the list of uses permitted in the district and to amend the zoning map to allow residential use as permissible. Please do not let the perfect get in the way of the good. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Luke, welcome.
Hey, good evening. My name is Luke Rigsby. Believe it or not, I actually got my driver's license in the basement of this building back in the day. But just wanted to speak in favor of this project as well. Our family has been here since the 1920s. My grandfather, my father owned businesses in downtown Carrboro. I actually own a business that's domiciled in Chapel Hill in the insurance industry, and would actually like to speak toward the commercial aspect of this. I think Tom did a great job as far as pointing out the residential need, residential ownership. I also think there's a great need for commercial ownership. Our type of business is perfect for this development. Right now, we employ 3 individuals. We are growing. We would like to employ more. And that's also where the residential component of this comes in. I think those would be perfect for people that work for my agency, as far as working, living in the same development, supporting the local businesses. So just to keep it short and sweet, I would also recommend that we move forward with this. So, thank you.
Thanks again for being here. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Temp, members of council. My name is Aaron Nelson. I'm the president of the Chamber for Greater Chapel Hill, Carrboro. We represent 600 local enterprises, and our mission is to connect, to advocate, to help drive progress and build community. And I'm here to encourage your support of the text amendment and the proposed zoning for South Green to allow multifamily housing to be built in the district. Our chamber has adopted the recommendations from the Big Bold Ideas Committee on Affordable Housing. And actually, we're excited to present, Jennifer Player and I, to your Affordable Housing Commission last week and share those 9 strategies. But the upshot is we want 1,500 affordable homes by the year 2026 in the Greater Chapel Hill Carrboro area, and there's 9 strategies, some really creative ways to achieve them, and one of them is by building smaller units in our community. So that's the Big Bold Ideas initiative. From the chamber perspective, we just want more housing, period. We've spent 20 years of underdeveloping on the housing side, and now are a community where 80,000 people drive into Orange County every morning and 50,000 people drive out, and we swell because folks can't afford to live here. Tom Wiltberger's numbers were jaw-dropping in terms of the current price, and I appreciate that this developer is bringing forward some solutions. The issues with the neighbor, Tommy Coots, since college, you were as eloquent and articulate as he was 20-some years ago. And this is a mixed-use area, and finding a way to balance all of that, I'm sure that the developer will be able to accomplish and to be able to work with Tommy and others. In our experience, developments like this actually in this community don't produce many children. The apartments, for example, that can see Glenwood Elementary School, there's only 1 child out of the entirety of that development. And so I'd be interested in looking, will there be lots of children, and how much play space will need to be created? And we can look at some of the recent developments of similar size. If you do want to see something of similar size, Rosemary Village on Rosemary Street that Tommy Tucker developed, it's 0.8 acres, and it's 45 units, and it's 3 floors of residential above 1 floor of retail. It's 15 years of it existing in our community. I think it looks fine in terms of scale and size, and so I hope that you'll take a look at it and think about what 4 stories would look like here, and I think that 4 stories here will look completely appropriate. We think the project's good for downtown, it's good for the local housing supply, it's good for workforce housing. We've talked to the local businesses both there and up the hill. Folks are really excited about it. I like the counter-cyclical parking. The possibility that people's cars are at different places at different times, because we know when yoga's going on in that location, it can be super busy. And if folks' vehicles maybe are at work when they went to the Research Triangle Park or wherever it is that they went to work, to support some of the commercial activities that are taking place there. So you heard the CBA also supports it. The Chamber's happy also to encourage you to support these amendments. Thanks.
Thanks for being here, Aaron. Is there anybody else here who wanted to share public comment on the South Green text and map amendments? Okay. So I'm looking at the clock, council members. Well, before we jump in, thank you all for being here and sharing those comments. Looking at the clock and going back to Barbara's original question, how do we want to move forward? I'm just going to throw out one suggestion, and then you all let me know. We could share some questions that we may have and just share those with the applicants, not getting answers tonight, but getting answers at our next meeting when we have all 7 council members here. And at that point, we would be in a position to
to vote, but if you had, I'm very welcome to other ideas. Yes.
So, where are we with bandwidth? And this is for Mr. White on our next few agendas. So that is a question to me to see if we have room to add in this, maybe even Jade Creek, maybe even the rest of the agenda. I don't know. I don't imagine we're going to be here all night.
Give me just a moment. I'll pull up the schedule for the next meeting at least, but I know the month of June is really going to be busy trying to get everything in before you all take your break. Let's see.
Are we meeting?
We are. The possibility would be we had put the public hearing for the budget on June 13th as the only item scheduled, but if you don't anticipate that to be a long night of public hearing, there is some capacity that night as well to schedule some other items.
I don't anticipate a real long meeting. That's just my weighing in. Thoughts, please, on providing sharing questions for the applicant that they could bring back to our June 13th meeting, and then we would have an opportunity to vote at that time.
So, yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Romaine. And so there have been multiple concerns here that I've heard about green space and density and other things. And so I am assuming that folks would like an answer as to whether, some of these changes could be made or not. So that was one thing. You go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow that up. I guess this is for our staff. So we've got a developer with a demonstrated willingness to do some partnership with the community and some pretty reasonable concerns, I think, about the green space in particular and the exact formation of that. I guess I'm curious with those, though, at what point we're talking about, needing to sort of restart this process with the map, what the right balance is of moving forward with a good faith understanding between developer and community versus rejiggering the map or requiring them to come back with recreational facilities, perhaps. I guess my thinking is, well, I would be curious from staff to know what the proper disposition is to take toward that question. Because if we can receive updates about enforcement of the present Zone 1 issues, and if pushing for more recreational space or the consideration of more recreational space, if that would cause significant planning or board advisory, I'd like to vote on this tonight. If we're not going to do that process, from scratch, just out of consideration for the time that we have and all that. So that's just where I'm at. Take it away, Tina.
Okay, so I have two possible responses. With regard to Mr. Kuntz, thank you for coming. We had a brief meeting with him last week. I'm not seeing Marty in the room. I wasn't aware that there were these concerns, but we are now. And the applicant was part of that conversation. I think some of those management issues, there's another, maybe I should look at Mark. Are you now the one managing South Green, or is that still Gary Hill?
That's Gary Hill.
Okay. So there's some follow-up from staff to reach out to Mr. Hill, who's managing the existing South Green complex, and to share those concerns and follow up and see how those can proceed. So I think that's one step. With regard to the other step, and thank you, we will do that. With regard to the other question, which has to do with the urban amenities versus open space, I may look to the applicant and potentially the applicant's engineer to speak to the site and whether there's an opportunity to modify it. That could come back as a slightly revised plan.
Are we allowed to try comment from here?
If you don't mind, Mark, coming to the microphone. Folks who are at home can hear you that way.
I really appreciated everybody's comments, and I'm really sincere about that. I think the comments were great, and I think the concerns were valid. Right now, we're in the process of trying to get the text amendment and those first two steps done. There's a lot of things about this project that we actually haven't nailed down yet. We brainstormed about some of the amenities and the green space that we would have there, but we're not set that we're going to have the the fire pit or whatever. We have limited space to work with. I thought your slides, I was loving those slides. I mean, I was like, really? Could we do that? I'm looking at Don and George, like, you guys got to get creative and figure this out. I mean, I don't know what we can and can't do. And somebody made a comment about I think you did, sir, about the money. It's really not money for the playground. It's, do we have space for it? And so, I think at this point, we're open to figuring out how to, who's going to be there and what's going to be the best way to provide the amenities that are appropriate to the project. So, the next step, and if we get the text amendment, we know that we can do, some residential condos here. One of the first things we'll do is what we call a market study. We'll start digging into who would that target demographic be, what would they want in this project, and then we can really start to fine tune not only the layouts of the floor plans, because that would be appropriate to the people that are buying, but also what are those amenities that we're going to provide. So we are, and Tina had suggested a while ago, we could try to do all three steps at once, which she mentioned tonight, which would be the amendment to the SUP. At the same time, we're doing the text amendments. And that seemed like a lot for us, because we wanted to make sure we could do residential, and then from there, we would dig into the specifics of how we get there. We're getting really comfortable with our parking number, that it's the right amount of parking, the right amount of bicycle parking and EV. We're doing EV cars, but we're putting infrastructure in so that a lot of those spaces, I think another 18 of them, can be added when the demand is. So we're really starting to dial that in, and we certainly feel like by the time we get to the SUP, we would have all the details and the agreements on the housing and meetings with Anne Marie to figure that out. But at this point, I think we're open if we think that there's is, to Aaron's point, are there going to be kids living there? Is that a really strong reason to get rid of do you get rid of the fire pit area, the outdoor dining, and you add playground? And, what do we do? So we'll get there. We just need to get there and do our market study.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. So with that, I mean, to me, given that we have another step in the development, and we've come all this way into the night, so yeah, with the SUP consideration before us, which is a natural time to kind of revisit this, and I think a pretty demonstrated track record of goodwill and communication between all parties involved, I would be interested in moving the consistency resolutions involved with this project this evening.
We did that at Shelton Station. We did public art. We did outdoor urban amenity there, and we had a lot of agreements with you all that we said we would figure it out, and I think we did.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, we would have multiple consistency resolutions. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to move them one at a time, and it would be, I think, not productive to move them both or whatever without establishing whether we're comfortable voting tonight. But we have a quorum. We've heard it. I don't, given where we're at, I would like to do that as a board this evening if it's possible. And if not, of course I understand.
Randy?
Yeah. I guess I'm very curious about the question of the number of units have 1 and 2 bedrooms.
Yeah. So right now we have designed 1-bedroom units, 2 bedrooms, and there's a larger 2-bedroom with a den. And we have different size 1 bedrooms, different size 2 bedrooms. So it's not like there's just 2 units in there. There's a pretty big mix of different size units. And we juggled the units that we could fit. I know somebody said we wish there could be more units, but we had to juggle how many units can we fit and appropriately park with a shared parking scenario where we're trying to be synergistic with the businesses, So we're not building parking that sits empty, trying to get the right amount of parking, the right amount of units. And so, and the mix right now is 1 and 2 bedrooms, because our initial market study said that's what folks wanted.
Yeah, so, I think it's important to have the smaller footprint and to gain greater housing stock. I think that's really important. I really like the idea. I really, really like the idea that it's condo and that it's designed so that we're creating home ownership. I think that's important. But I have a question, and I'm really glad, Aaron, that you raised this, is, what is the real potential for families with children if they're 1 and 2 bedroom? And I really want more information about that, because I feel like if the data shows that work-live space with children can be shoehorned into 2 bedrooms, then I think the amenities conversation is very important. I love Lisa's plan. I've had students on walls, and it's great, and it does knock them out. But I think that can be worked into that space somehow. I think thinking outside the box is really important, because even if you have a small number of children there, when folks are just starting a family, they may need something more like a tot lot.
Right.
Then they need something for a middle schooler. But the fact is that it should be on premise.
Yeah.
Aside from the fact that if it's not there, you're going to have children going up that miserable hill. Sorry. It's a miserable hill. And, to use the playground at Purple Leaf. So if there's a way, Aaron, I don't know if you know how we can get that data.
The system knows how many children there are in every development.
Okay, but I'm talking about based on the size of the footprint that's being recommended. I think it's an exquisite idea. I actually, if I could wave my magic wand for residential as we have commercial, and this is why I asked the question about the hill, I would have gone up another story so that we could provide homes at maybe 60% AMI instead of 80, so that we could have that number boosted. But I know that's what? Yeah, so right. So I think that we really this is a first step, but I think that I think it's an excellent project for that space. I remember when it was Quarry and Rogers Trium, and I'm really glad the environmental question came up, because I know they took a lot of cleanup. So the one thing I would ask is that we get that information before we approve, because I think otherwise we're probably looking at condos that will go to quite possibly grad students and not necessarily workforce. And that's the reason why I'm asking that, because I think workforce generally would lean itself into it could be young folks. It's probably not going to be seniors, but it could be students and grad students. And I just want to be sure that if we're leaning into the right combination for the community. So, but I appreciate, Danny, what you're recommending in terms of the time. I guess I really want to understand a little bit better, if we move forth tonight on one aspect of it, where does that leave us in terms of decision-making later on? And whether or not we really need to process what has been said to us carefully rather than jumping just to be able to check a box. Thank you.
Just a quick response to that. I feel like we have a good track record, and Mark and the applicant team would be working in good faith in terms of getting the information that we would need to have before we made decisions on the SUP. So I would be in favor of going ahead with the vote this evening. Barbara, curious where you are.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Romaine. And so, just piggybacking off what you just said about working in good faith, as far as it relates to what you've heard here tonight and the concerns that will not go away and will come up again, as the process moves on, and that you would be responsive to that. When I look at what we're talking about doing tonight and making a decision about tonight, I feel like there's still room, because you did say that you guys were still trying to figure out a lot of things. You heard a lot tonight from the public, some new slope ideas, from Lisa over here. And so I just think we still have some room to work. And if we're in favor of residential in this area, realizing that we also still have some things to work through with the applicant, I'm comfortable, with this, what I consider preliminary phase, just to get things moving. I think I would be comfortable to take the vote tonight.
Great. Thank you. And just where I was thinking the same thing when Rachel was speaking tonight about dental school and starting a family. I was thinking, like, I couldn't remember what a tot lot looks like. It's like I have somebody graduating high school, but I don't think I forget what the tot lot is. But like, what can we fit out there, and what are those people what are they gonna want? So we'll be happy to work with everyone.
So we would, if we would be approving both consistency resolutions and the draft ordinances, correct? I would like to move the consistency resolution for the text amendment to begin with.
Did you need to comment on that? I had one more question for you Danny, I'm going to come back to that in 1 second. As you're gathering information, there was one other thing I was hoping to gather information about. The possibility of having less parking and putting in more units. I saw something that said 73 required parking places, and that number seemed...
There was 73 for what we're constructing based on the bedroom count. So if we went to 3-bedroom units, we would be required to have more parking. But we also did calculations with Tina, and we were looking back at what was built in phase 1, and it kind of looked like it might be short on phase 1. And so we're trying to make sure the overall project has the right amount of parking. So even though for what we're building only maybe needs 73, there'd be a shortfall for the first phase. George, am I? Yeah, but is that kind of the basic, Tina, that's kind of what we were concluding, was that 73, yeah. So I mean, I think that gives us the right amount, because then we have some bicycle parking, and we have it comes back to a unit count, and then what's going on with phase 1. So we want to make sure we have the right amount. We don't want to build any more parking than we need.
Okay. As long as that's how you're going into this, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I think we're good. Mark and Tina, did you want to comment on the procedure in terms of Danny's motion? Do we need any clarification on that?
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Barbara, did you have another?
And I also, Randy, I just want to note too, the updated ordinance that Tina just provided us with does
Has some
The zip car
flexibility.
consideration could also come in at the SUP.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's specified here.
I just
in the
want to be
amendment.
sure in terms of the zip cars that we're noting that takes parking spaces. Okay.
Yes, so I'll start at the map amendment first, just because that's the conversation you've been having, and then we'll shift back to the text amendment, if that's okay. What I was speaking to the town attorney about was this provision here. Again, this draft condition number 1 talks about what is determined as part of the map amendment for the site plan, because the site plan becomes a condition, and then what other items remain to be decided as part of the special use permit. And I was checking this piece here, other features and issues to be decided at the time of the modification to the special use permit. And that includes, location of EV charging stations. There are some that are shown on the site plan now, but it gives them some flexibility. And I think more relevant to our discussion, the location and type of urban amenities and other elements necessary to determine compliance. So where I was trying to be confident about was, as the applicant worked through the process and the special use permit and subsequent construction plans, did we allow them the flexibility to modify that area? And I believe, based on that language, we feel that ability is there, that flexibility for them to continue to work on that part of the plan.
Okay, great.
So that's the condition, and this is what you have at your place. The second page of that is the range for the parking spaces. That's what's shown in red. So that's for. So back to the text amendment, which would be the first decision, would be approval of the resolution for consistency, attachment A, followed by the draft ordinance, attachment B.
Tina, and so for the public, probably primarily to just step us through what happens after our decision tonight.
So in theory, you would make decisions on both matters, first for the text amendment and then for the map amendment. If you did, the applicant would be, we are now in the process of having the applicant sign, and then we would record the map amendment. That's something new from 160D. And then following that, the applicant would begin the process of preparing an application for the special use permit modification. So there would be another public hearing, but to be clear, the overall site design would be determined with the rezoning.
Got it. Thank you.
Other questions, council members?
So I would like to move attachment A and then B, provided we adopt attachment A. So I would be looking for a second.
I'll second that. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion for attachment A and attachment B, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Unanimously approved, and it's great to have that flexibility with this, so I'm really glad we can get that done tonight. And Randy, I hope you're feeling good about having that flexibility built in too.
Yeah, well, we'll have another opportunity.
Definitely, definitely.
And Lisa, make sure the architects get your slide.
Put your and get your invoice, too.
So now onto the map, right?
Now it's on to the map amendment.
And send them something for a tot lot.
Okay.
And so the second piece would be the map amendment. And if you are comfortable making that motion, be clear that it would be the revised ordinance, which is what's on, which is what we've been showing.
So is there a motion to approve?
I would like to approve attachments A and B as pertaining to the map amendment.
And this will be the revised. Is there a second?
A second.
Randy seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Unanimously approved.
So having taken us down that rabbit hole, I realize we do have other public hearing items, which I think probably we need to do tonight. But I might, that leaves about 35 minutes of relatively small agenda items. I wonder if maybe we consider leaving those and just concluding the public hearing portions of tonight's agenda. Jade Creek and the LUO update pertaining to advisory board attendance. Because I do think we have at least one person here to speak for that, if I'm not mistaken.
We will definitely get through our public hearings this evening. And given the lateness of the hour, we may stop at that point and look for rescheduling some of that, Mr. Manager.
That should be fairly quick if you have
I'm sorry.
transit, Orange County Transit. That should be fairly quick unless you have questions about that one as well.
I mean, I'm ready to, let's get through this public hearing and then let's just knock it down if we're still all on our feet.
Oh, the question is, will we be able to get on our feet?
Yeah, I guess not on our feet, but on our best tension.
Okay. Mr. Manager.
Right, the next item is a quasi-judicial public hearing for Jade Creek Architecturally Integrated Subdivision, Special Use Permit A at 8522 Old NC 86. The purpose of this agenda item is for the Town Council to hold a quasi-judicial public hearing for consideration of Special Use Permit A, request for property 8522 Old NC 86, and Marty Roop is here to give a presentation.
Yes. And do you want to swear me in?
Yes. And Marty, if you don't mind holding on just for, well, why don't you get sworn in and then I'll talk to Nick here.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, so we are now entering into what is called a quasi-judicial hearing. And this will be to review Class A special use permit for Jade Creek development. And we were hoping, Nick, if we can get an update from you in terms of what that role means for council, the process that this will look like, and also the standards that council will use in making a decision on the special use permit. I think it would be helpful for council, especially Danny is new to council, and community members as well. So I'll turn it over to you, Nick.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, in this matter, the council essentially serves as a panel of judges. Unlike the other matters that you've heard tonight, they have broad discretion to decide upon legislative matters. This is very different. So they sit essentially as judges, as judicial officials, and they can only decide this matter based on the evidence presented to them in this room and documents presented into the record during this hearing. Those people who present evidence will be under oath, and the council is not permitted to go outside the record, emails, or entertain any other information other than what goes on in this room to make a decision. Finally, I'll say to you that as they make a decision, they're going to have to find on the special use permit application basically four things which are set out by ordinance, which is that the development, more probably than not, will not materially endanger the public health or safety. That has to be shown to grant this. That the development will probably than not will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. That the development will be in harmony from the area in which it's located, and that the development will be in general conformity with the town's plans. All of those things can be found in order to grant a special use permit. And if all are found, the special use permit must be given a discretionary right to just make findings that the rule the other way. All right? Does that help?
It does. just a reminder then that as folks come up to speak, you will be sworn in. And Marty, you are sworn in, so you can take it away. We'll have a presentation from staff, presentation from applicant, and then finally we'll be into public comment.
We had one other thing.
Yes.
For their benefit.
Yes.
Council's not yet decided. They may decide tonight they're not going to rule on it by majority vote. If they decide not to rule on this tonight, that paves the way for the other members of the council to be involved in the decision-making process, so long as other members of the council review thoroughly the record that went on here tonight. That's an absolute prerequisite. So I just mentioned that to you, not forecasting what they'll do. We'll find out, right? But don't be surprised if they decide they don't want to make a decision tonight. Don't think that, there is an avenue by which 3 other council members can be directly involved as long as they study the record. Okay?
Thank you, Nick. Okay, Marty.
Thank you, and I will try to be concise and get through my part. I do have a presentation, but it's not too long, and then the applicant, as you said, will present some additional information as well. As the manager noted, it's 8522 Old NC 86, Special Use Permit A request, and I'll jump right in. Just some base information that just needs to be entered into the record. It's about 36.7 acres, R20 zoning, 72 units are proposed. Of the 72 units, there are 4 stick-built, on-the-ground affordable houses proposed, and then supplemented with a payment in lieu for affordable housing for 11.3 additional. That fraction is showing up because that gets them, by way of math equation, to 85% of the possible affordable units, and therefore they are exempted from having to do the size restricted dwelling units. So they're basically doing more affordable than 15% even to get out of doing the size restricted. Open space, 40% required. They're actually up near 60%, a little above. 40% tree canopy, the typical tree canopy requirement. They are proposing to include a 10-foot wide path along Old NC 86. Sub-collector streets with sidewalks and recreation points, 748 required, and they're up above 1,000 with the amenities they're proposing to include. Just location, everyone here probably knows where it is, but just to be clear, this is Old 86 on the west side of the land. And then in a larger context, Lake Hogan Farms is directly to the east. And again, the Old 86 corridor runs north-south here, with Calvander being south of the site. The site plan that is proposed, and the applicant will have one that's colorized and may look a little better, but I'm just trying to get the basic information in front of you. Again, this is turned 90 degrees from the last slide, so Old 86 you see on the top of the screen here, and existing Lake Hogan Farms subdivision on the bottom of the screen here. Just to point out some amenities quickly, the pathway I mentioned runs along this side, the west side of the property along Old NC 86, and then down here where you approach the stream buffer and floodplain along the creek, it turns and runs east-west instead. The overall concept is, over the course of time, to create a nice amenity all along Old 86. Ballantine has one now. You've probably seen that. So this would be another piece of the puzzle. There are a couple of pieces of property. Where'd my mouse go? Here it is. Here that are not part of this development. So there would be a gap between this development and where you get to Lake Hogan Farms Road. But again, it's a significant portion of this. And then we do have the creek to address at some point in the future in terms of this amenity. There is a tot lot. We've had a lot of discussion about that tonight. There is a tot lot proposed. Street connections. The main one in and out is off of Old 86 here, and you can see there's some additional turn lanes proposed that DOT ultimately has to say final approval on, but they have shown them as being included. So the main entrance, yeah, is off Old 86. There's an existing road stubbed out on this side of Lake Hogan Farms called Blocker Road. And in accordance with our policy and ordinance, they are showing a connection to that road. So that's what you're seeing on, the mouse keeps going away. That's what you're seeing on this side of the property. Stormwater wetlands, two major SEM features here, one on either side of this side of the development to address stormwater issues. And then a play field, and there was a pretty significant amount of discussion when this went to the advisory boards about whether that would be what we call a more naturalized play station or cleared for, more like an actual soccer field or something. And what the applicant is proposing at this time is to leave it a little more naturalized. So there may be some discussion about that. EV charging in accordance with our requirements. And I think I've covered everything on here. Again, just trying to give you an overview of some features. And then obviously the lot, 72 total. These are some representative, illustrative renderings of what the architecture might look like. And I'll just leave that there for a second for you to have a look. And then just again, some summary information to kind of get into the record here. They did hold a neighborhood information meeting back in October of 22. And in summary, the applicable land use ordinance provisions are, they do express compliance through way of the plans related to density, streets, sidewalks, parking, streets, trees, street trees, tree canopy, stormwater, utilities, open space and rec annexation, and school adequate public facilities by way of the conditions the staff has proposed. So they're either showing compliance or a condition to bring it into compliance before construction plans are approved. The stormwater, I'm sure the applicant will speak a little more to that. They've done a bit of an over-design with respect to what our ordinance requires. And we have the town engineer here, the plan review engineer, Dory Saba, in case you have questions of the staff, town engineer, but I know their engineer will go into a little more detail about their stormwater plan. The staff report goes into a lot more details than I'm covering here. I'm trying to be concise. And again, the applicant will have their own presentation following mine. I do have available when and if you get to that point, I don't know if it'll be tonight, but all the recommendations from the staff, as well as we make it, there's 14 from staff, and then we get into the planning board, stormwater board, affordable housing advisory committee, and the Northern Transition Area did not make it into your packets, but they did meet this past Sunday. They had a kind of a last minute meeting to get this officially, their recommendation statement officially adopted. So we left that at your places tonight, and I have that available here as well. And then Nick already went over this, but I included it in a slide here, again, when you get to that point, just the standards by which you have to judge the information that you hear. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions, or I have the applicant's presentation available if you want to jump right over to that.
I have two questions. Marty, first is, there has been a lot of communication to council with concerns about stormwater.
Yes.
And where you mentioned that our town engineer is here and when does that fit into the evening? Because I want to be sure that we hear that presentation.
It's my suggestion that you hear from the applicant, just to hear them describe it in their own words, the person that actually designed it. And then if you have follow-up questions following that and want town engineer perspective, that it might follow that. Does that make sense?
It does. And my other question is, there's also been a lot of, we have heard from a lot of neighbors with concerns about Lucas Lane and the connectivity. And I'm not sure the appropriate time for this, but it would be great if you could provide.
Blocker
Road.
Blocker,
Sorry,
yes.
Lucas is, sorry. Yeah, that's Homestead. Blocker Road, but the concern about that connectivity.
Yes.
And I was hoping that you could give us an overview, a brief overview in terms of the town's road connector policy, just so that we all have that shared understanding of why that policy is in place. And I don't know if that's now or if there's a more appropriate part in the evening for that.
Sure, I don't mind speaking to that at least a little bit now, and then we can go into more depth later if we need to. Yes, the town has had a long-standing policy, a street connectivity policy, desiring to have neighborhoods connect with one another. And so when we do have subdivisions built, you will often find, as is the case with Blocker Road, that they stub out to the neighboring property, and we try to avoid, wherever we can, creating cul-de-sacs that are just essentially dead ends that don't allow for that connectivity. So by way of longstanding policy, as well as actual land use ordinance provisions that require the connections be made, we have a pretty solid, ordinance and policy standing on this matter. There are occasions where council might, upon whatever the reasons may be, tweak or modify how that's implemented on occasion. But there is a solid desire to connect streets, to disperse traffic among a street network and not overload arterial roads and create the need to widen the arterial roads. So, and more points of entry and exit for emergency services. There are lots of reasons, and I'll stop there and leave it at that. And we can talk about it more as needed. Yep.
That's great. That's very helpful. Thank you. So now, Marty, I think we can go into the presentation, unless any other questions. We'll go ahead with the presentation from the applicant. Welcome. Thanks for being patient with us this evening.
Are these the same? You just did a PDF and a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a preference?
Well, PowerPoint's.
PowerPoint's better. Yeah. Thanks.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Back, check the temperature.
If I had one, I'd have one on too.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you're
Good
fine.
evening.
It's been a long evening for
Yes,
everyone,
it
so I
has.
understand.
A little rowdy after 10 years.
My name is Drew Howe. I work for Ballantyne Associates. George Retchley is also here. We helped present on the South Green project right before this. We are the civil design engineer representing KB Home, the developer, on this project. And like Marty said before me, I'll try to be as concise as I possibly can. We've already kind of gone through the location. I believe Marty sort of hit on all these high-level project highlights. So what I wanted to focus on during our presentation is kind of the process that we've gone through and how, the development of the design, as we've moved through Carrboro's processes. I think we presented to the Joint Advisory Board for the first time back in January of 2022. So it's been about a year and a half of a lot of discussions, hearing a lot of comments from staff from the Joint Advisory Board and the individual boards themselves, and of course the residents. I kind of lumped a lot of that discussion into some major categories that I'd like to touch, at least on a high level, of this evening. The first one is stormwater. Carrboro's land use ordinance has several requirements that we have to meet, in regards to stormwater, and I won't get into too many of those, but I will say that, we believe that we are meeting all of those, and the staff has concurred with that assessment. I'd like to focus a little bit more on peak flows specifically. I think that's more of the concern of the local residents, basically what happens to the water when it leaves our property and how much water is leaving our property, to put it in layman's terms. So the requirement is that we must detain the water on our site in such a way that the water leaving our site at the major outfall points, which you can see up here, do not exceed the pre-existing conditions. So in other words, the water that leaves the site at those points after our development must be, equal to or less than the amount of water that's currently leaving there. This is our proposed stormwater drainage area map. It kind of gives you an idea of what water is going where. I won't get into too much detail, but as mentioned earlier, we have 2 wetlands and 1 section of permeable asphalt. And because we heard the concerns from very early on, there were some concerns raised, about stormwater specifically. We decided early on that one of the things we were going to do is oversize the 2 wetland ponds on the site. Carrboro requires that the detention, that we must provide. We must provide it for a 25-year storm. So that basically means there's a 1 in 25 chance of that storm happening on a given year. We have oversized our wetlands so that we detain the 100-year storm. And this kind of lays us out. I don't want to get into specific numbers necessarily, but this kind of shows that point, right? I've got the pre-existing condition flow numbers matched up with the post-development condition numbers at each of the study point outfalls. And obviously the point is that in all cases for the 1 to 100-year storm events, we are reducing that number. Quickly go over buffer requirements. We were required to provide a 100-foot average type A buffer along old NC 86. We're meeting that by, we've got 50 feet of buffer along the developed portion to the south, and then greater than 100 feet to the north, so that average comes out to be 100 feet. And that will be met with existing vegetation where possible, but will be supplemented by proposed plantings in the areas that's needed. There is no buffer requirement between residential uses. So specifically talking about the boundary between our development and the Lake Hogan Farm subdivision. The land use ordinance does not require a buffer in this case. But once again, we heard some concerns about that and are proposing a 10-foot wide vegetated buffer, which you can see to the bottom left here, includes a 6-foot wood privacy fence and a pretty wide variety of plantings that I think at maturity will get about to that 6-foot level. Also have an example of planting along the multi-use path that will also be used to meet those buffer requirements. On the recreation side, Marty kind of went through the amenities, but we have a central gathering space that we're mostly leaving untouched. We have the multi-use 10-foot wide paved path that has been touched on, in addition to some interconnecting paths throughout the site that use a more natural surface, and that's 6 foot wide. All in all, we're proposing about 4,600 linear feet of pathway, a tot lot playground, a natural play field, and when all that adds up, we are exceeding the land use ordinance requirement, which is based on points and number of units, but we're as you can see, we're providing much more than is required. I added this slide simply due to the planning board discussions and some of the comments that came with that. Some of the folks couldn't quite visualize what a natural play field actually entailed. So the idea there is that we're reducing impervious surface so that we're not adding to the stormwater runoff. And we're also retaining as much of the larger existing vegetation as we can while maintaining a grassed area. And so basically what that looks like is a field and a park. And so I've kind of provided an example of that. One of the other issues that came up was the multi-use path connectivity. Marty touched on this, but we're providing the multi-use path along the boundary of our development. it connects to an existing path along Lake Hogan Farms, and we are also providing an easement for future connection going south along Old NC 86. As far as transportation goes, we were not required to provide a traffic analysis, impact analysis on this project, but in good faith, we went ahead and did that study. I think that's included in your packet, so I won't get into too much details, but what came of that is that we provided additional lane storage for the turn lanes coming in and out of Old NC 86. Like Marty said, we are providing 61% open space, which is obviously well above the 40% requirement. We are not impacting any of the existing jurisdictional streams, stream buffers, and there's only a minor impact to the existing wetlands, which will use a low-impact boardwalk to sort of connect that natural surface trail to the playfield. Some of the affordable housing details, we'll be providing 4 affordable housing units, in addition to 11 additional units, which we are providing as a fee in lieu payment, which totals, I think, about a little under $500,000. And so when all is said and done, KB Home is investing approximately about $1 million in the town's affordable housing. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Roman, I know at the planning board it said ensure that the staff recommendation number 1 references the correct number of units payment in lieu. Are we there?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Point 3, yeah.
So just kind of summarize, I think we've shown that our project meets or exceeds all of the land use ordinance requirements. We received unanimous recommendation of the various boards, all the ones that were, could meet quorum prior to this meeting. And most importantly, we believe that we meet the 4 findings of fact that was mentioned earlier. And so with that, we'll move to questions.
Okay, thank you, Drew, for your presentation. Council members, questions for Drew?
No questions, but thank you for an extremely clear, concise,
very
and direct report.
Randy, did you have questions?
No, I want to hear
public comment. So, but if you don't mind standing by, in case some questions do come up after we hear from the public, that would be great. Okay, y'all. Thanks for hanging in there. I know it's been a long evening for everybody. First speaker, Jade Creek, Ricardo Martinez, followed by Kirsten Barker.
Oh, no. You said you were first earlier. That's why I came up. Oh.
I'm sorry. Jade. Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm sorry. You are right.
I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just...
Yeah, you were here for Jade Creek, and I forgot to I did make a note of it, but I didn't hear. I couldn't read my own handwriting. So you are good to go, Chris. Thanks for being here. And Chris, if you don't mind being sworn into by our town clerk, please.
Swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Okay, excuse my voice. It kind of goes out later at night, so hopefully everybody on the council can hear me. I'm not supposed to be talking to them. I live on Shadow Ridge Place, which is kind of, again, my name's Chris Biggerstaff. I live on Shadow Ridge Place, which is kind of the immediate road down there, and it's downhill from where the development's going to be. So me and my neighbors, my immediate neighbors, have flooding issues already. So yeah, that's mine. There's a little packet there. So we've already had to remediate some of the problems we've had with the stormwater as is. So the first picture you'll see is after we put in a French drain and flagstones and pea gravel to try to, keep the stormwater, because we have standing water much of the year in between 104 Shadow Ridge and 102 Shadow Ridge. So I just want to make sure we take our time and make sure everything is fine with the stormwater, because obviously it wasn't 20 years ago when Shadow Ridge was built or when like Woodland Farms was built, because we have big problems now. You'll see there's basically wetlands in our backyard right now. We have a river flowing through it. You know, I have a lot of these pictures because we've been texting our friends kind of humorously saying, oh, we have a river running through our backyard right now. And even now, 104 is where I live, and 106, the next neighbor over, we're going to go in together and build another French drain or have one installed. So I just want to make sure, I don't think tonight is the night to make the decision as to whether or not to go forward, because I think there's only been one environmental study maybe, and I'm sure that was paid for by the developer. So I mean, that's just all I really have to say. I'm just really, really concerned about the stormwater, because we've already got it. And I don't see how making 72 houses non-affordable on tiny lots, elevated higher than we are, is not going to make it worse. I mean, even with the plan that they have.
Thank you, Chris, for sharing those comments this evening. I know it was a long wait, and appreciate you hanging in there.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Ricardo Martinez, followed by Kirsten Barker.
Well, I appreciate the legal explanation. I wish I had it before I wrote my notes, so I'll try to adapt it. Name's Ricardo Martinez, just a little bit myself. I'm a political refugee, Hispanic, whose family migrated to the U.S. seeking shelter from a military dictatorship and religious liberty. I love this process. My dad took on 3 low-paying jobs to feed us. I worked my way through college, and for years I read about this wonderful community called the Triangle. So when my employer offered me the opportunity to relocate here, I took it. And when my family was looking for a place to purchase a home, we chose Carrboro because of its diversity. We love the diversity here, just the ethnic, the economic, the cultural diversity that Carrboro has. And I took my life savings and I purchased a home with it. That's my life savings. Now, I did so knowing that the property behind me is R20. R20, as I looked up, it's properties of no less than 100 yards wide by no less than 200, because it's got to be 20,000 square feet. So what they're proposing to build is nowhere near that. I'm concerned. I am concerned. It's my life savings. It's my retirement. And that's the money, that will be impacted when it was supposed to be, large properties backing into mine. Now it's not going to be. I'm going to have 2 small properties crammed in there, backing into mine. There is an economic impact to that. What are they giving up to get those smaller properties? They're giving up wetland that they cannot build on. They're not giving anything of value. The reason they're cramming 72 homes, I think it is, in that small piece is because they can't build in the rest of it because it's wetland. So they're not giving anything that they could build on. Otherwise they would build there and there'd be no issue. It wouldn't back up to us. 2 is those roads. Look, there's no bike lanes there, and I've seen cars, if you pull off to the side, it's a ditch. You fall in there, and then you need a tow truck to pull you out. So really, how are those parks going to be used, those wetlands going to be used? They're not. They're not, just by the people who live there, not by other Carrboro residents. I love the diversity of Carrboro, and part of that diversity is the zoning. Please, let's respect the zoning. When the land is gone, it's gone. And the opportunity to have a diverse population will be gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. And Kirsten. Absolutely. If you can let the 6.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you, council members. I appreciate everybody still being here at this hour. It's been a long one. I feel like we should have had some calisthenics at some point. I know I could have used them, but I took a break and we did some math homework. My name is Kelly Wood. I live on Shadow Ridge Place in Lake Hogan Farms. I'm also speaking on behalf of a couple of neighbors who had to leave due to the late time, so there are a couple others that are with me on this one. The Carrboro Climate Action Plan of October 2020 committed this town to the ecosystem resilience through ecosystem protection and restoration. And these are a lot of my concerns that I have as we address this Jade Creek subdivision. This subdivision, as they stated, is going to have a lot of open space. However, as Ricardo just spoke to you, it's wetland. It's not buildable property. So now we're going to densely pack 72 houses around wetland on one end and then put an open play space just beyond that wetland that requires a boardwalk to get across it. And on the other end, we're on the western edge of Lake Hogan. I think that we have at this point untold consequences of runoff that we are going to see from this massive increase in impervious surface that we're going to have. You saw the density of the lots. You see how many houses we're going to build there, the streets we're going to have, and it's all packed in that middle, I don't know, a little bit more than a half of that property. There has been an environmental impact study that was done by the developer. I have to say, from my standpoint, and I've come to the meetings that they've presented at, I feel like there's been a lack of transparency about who's done the study and actually presenting the study. I don't know what has been done. I don't know all the details that are in that. So that gives me some concern about what the possible implications are. We've asked for transparency over time through the builder. Multiple neighbors have commented, have emailed them, and I feel like we haven't gotten that information back. So I would love to have the town do an independent environmental assessment as to how legitimate the stormwater assessments they have are, what the runoff implications are going to be for that wetland area that is protected area that Carrboro is protecting under their climate plan, what the implications could be for Lake Hogan as well. Neighbors are going to speak more to the amount of flooding that they're already seeing in their yards. I think that I have no way of understanding how we could not have an increase in that with being slightly down elevation from this property. It's already not developed and we're getting flooding. Now you're going to have all of this on top. And I know that there are stormwater assessments. I work on the Lake Hogan Farm HOA board. I do stormwater too. I've helped remediate ours. I get it. But with the experience I have difficulty seeing how this is going to prevent the flooding from coming in. My other concern that I'm going to mention briefly is about traffic flow. I understand the connectivity plan that is required by Carrboro. In the other presentations that I've heard from the Ballantyne developers, the street is going to, the houses will all have a 2-car garage and they will have 2 cars worth of parking on the driveway. And the streets will be no parking zones. The only parking that you saw on the picture that was outside of the homes is 3 EV parking spots. There is no other parking in that neighborhood, which means that whenever anybody has a party, a get-together, I've been at parties with more than 4 cars. You have. We all have in this room. Those cars are going to come and park in Lake Hogan Farm, where we do have street parking. So I think we're going to see an increase in cars and traffic on Blocker Road, on Shadow Ridge Place. So I understand their need for connection. I understand that we need to have emergency vehicle access. Lake Hogan was approved without having that access for starters, so it was already in place that we were an approved neighborhood without having to have the additional side. I would ask that we consider bollards that could be flattened immediately for emergency vehicles, but that would prevent parking in our neighborhood and yet still allow people to walk back and forth and experience getting into there, getting out to their boardwalk, walking around, and then the connection to Lake Hogan. So I thank you all for your time and for your consideration, and thank you for letting me jump the line so I can get my kid in bed. Have a good one.
Take good care. Why don't you come ahead now, Kirsten?
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board?
Matt Burley, you'll be next.
Good evening. My name's Kirsten Barker, and I've lived at 116 Shadow Ridge Place since 2004. I've been the unofficial point person for the 39 families or so on Shadow Ridge and Whispering Oak to streamline communication with the town and the developers. We have several concerns, the most critical one being stormwater management and flooding. Communication with the developers, as Dr. Wood mentioned, has been a challenge. I've sent multiple emails and voicemails to the developers over the past 18 months asking for a face-to-face meeting. Mr. Acosta from KB Homes did finally contact me 2 months ago and suggested a meeting. I offered multiple times and dates. KB Homes then walked that back and said that a meeting would have to happen after the final version of their plans were submitted. After the plans were in, I received an email with written responses to our neighborhood concerns, but no offer of a conversation as had been promised. Until today, when Mr. Acosta called me at 4 p.m. to ask about our concerns. I said we really just wanted to talk so we could try to work through things before getting to this point, but 3 hours before the public hearing probably wasn't going to work. What the families have been desperate to convey to the developers is the significant increase in flooding that we've experienced year after year along the property lines that abut the proposed Jade Creek development. The developers are seeking your approval to place an impervious surface over almost all the buildable land on the parcel at the top of a hill, which then flows down through the wetlands areas, the ephemeral streams, our yards, and into the Bowling Creek watershed. In 2011, as you'll see in the document that I handed out, our family spent over $2,000 to create a backyard swale and install catch basins and a French drain. That worked well for about 8 years, but over the past 5 years, we've noticed that the flooding has become worse. Whether that's because of development that's happened in Carrboro, lack of stormwater management efficiencies, climate change, I don't know, but the flooding is real, and there are pictures in there to show that. Thanks to Carrboro's recent initiative, I took advantage of signing up for the free residential stormwater assessment pilot project, so thank you for that. I received the findings in February 2023, which indicated erosion in our back and front yards due to runoff from the Jade Creek parcel, essentially undoing over time what we had done in 2011, and that the drains we had installed were no longer adequate to control the stormwater. The engineer diagrammed a swale that he suggested we construct to essentially redirect water away from that parcel, that Jade Creek parcel, through our side yard and into the street. Unless the proposed stormwater system that they have mentioned can capture 100% of the rain that falls on those impervious 13 acres at the top of the hill instantaneously, there is no way that the proposed 10-foot buffer will be able to handle the downhill runoff. The land can't handle it now, and there's nothing built back there. Increased runoff from a development that is smashed against our property lines will substantially injure our adjoining property, no question. In the one email response that we received from KB Homes during this process, they understood the concerns we had about the buffer and said, I quote, and this email is in the packet as well, quote, if we can fit an extra 5 feet or so, we most certainly will do so. We plan to explore this when and if our project moves through the special permit use process, unquote. Why isn't that in the plan now? In my brief conversation with Mr. Acosta a few hours ago, he said that 15 feet was the max they could go before it impacted their profitability, which is different than the plan in front of you. You know, Walmart worries about profit. Weaver Street Market worries about doing the right thing for our planet and for the community. Where is Carrboro aligned on this? On behalf of the 39 families, I implore you to pause this development process, reevaluate the stormwater issues, and make appropriate demands for the buffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Take the oath for me, please.
I do. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Matt Murley. I'm
also a resident of Lake Hogan Farms. I live on Shadow Ridge Place. I'm one of the 6 homeowners that directly backs up to the build sites. And I'll say that we're feeling a bit unlucky, but we understand that public policy can't just come to a standstill every time a few folks are bummed. But we do feel that the Jade Creek development, as proposed, unfairly impacts our property. And I would like to specifically address the proposed buffer of 10 feet. 10 feet is not a lot, probably the distance from me to you. And on the back line of my property, there will be 3 separate single-family homes, 2-story homes. So for starters, with Jade Creek sitting to the west of Shadow Ridge Place, new homes situated so closely will block out sunlight in the later half of the day. And of course, there is potential for legal nuisance. Failing to provide an adequate buffer opens the door to issues that interfere with the reasonable enjoyment of our properties. Increased noise levels, loss of privacy, and other disruptions can diminish property values and negatively impact the quality of life for existing homeowners. A larger buffer would allow for more sunlight to get through to our properties, provide a visual and acoustic barrier, shielding us from potential disturbances associated with the development, such as noise pollution, light pollution, help to alleviate privacy issues, and assist with the environmental impact concerns already raised. And I'd like to make this clear, when we purchased our property, we knew that the land in question was zoned for residential development, and we figured the time would come when someone would propose a plan. What we did not expect, however, was a plan that would be so incongruent with the existing guidelines of Lake Hogan Farms. And I understand that maximizing the number of houses built is not just about maximizing profit for KB Homes. That would be the cynical take. It also means more available housing in our town. I just don't think it should be at the expense of existing homeowners. So I propose that a larger buffer can and should be accommodated by the developer. I believe that will go a long way towards preserving the sunlight and peaceful setting that we bought into, as well as the value and environmental integrity of the properties directly adjacent to the Jade Creek development. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Matt. David Woodbury, followed by Piers Barker.
Or affirm that the evidence you shall give the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. I do.
Hi, I'll keep my comments brief because I think they were well covered by my neighbors on Shadow Ridge Place. I'm David Woodbury. I'm also on Shadow Ridge Place. Also just want to attest to the issues with flooding, particularly issues that I think we saw when the site was logged a couple of years ago and created fewer trees, fewer options for water to go. And our driveway is covered in water when it rains. And I think through this process, there's been such poor communication that entering into this new neighbor in this new neighborhood without any kind of feeling of, that there's any concern for us, and we haven't seen that in the process. And so I'm glad that we had the voice to talk about that tonight. And secondly, I can't see how having cars coming down our neighborhood and parking and being amongst the kids and everybody, I think immediately it's going to create dangers that we don't have currently. And so I think that's fine. Just that I think we need to acknowledge that there's going to be more cars, more risks to our kids in our neighborhood. So I really appreciate the time and consideration to pausing on this development. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. And Piers is followed by Janice. Janice Perkett.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give the board in this action will be the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes. Thank you all. My name is Piers Barker. I have lived here for almost 20 years. And I am one of the Carrboro residents who are adjacent to the proposed Jade Creek development. And I am deeply concerned with the ecosystem damage and the traffic risk that is going to occur from flooding and stormwater and increased traffic if this development moves forward as it is currently presented. In 2020, as you all know, this council admirably accepted an updated version of the Community Climate Action Plan. with one of the key recommendations in that plan to enhance ecosystem resilience through ecosystem protection and restoration. And then demonstrating an even more of a commitment to climate action, this council in June 2022 unanimously voted to approve the Carrboro Connect's comprehensive plan, which includes an entire chapter on green stormwater infrastructure, water and energy. And in that plan, the first goal is to protect terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems and encourage responsible development, with a second goal targeting implementation of green stormwater infrastructure to treat the runoff from developed areas with nature-based practices such as rain gardens, wetlands, bioswales, and other measures that more closely mimic how nature operates. It is equally notable that this work has been in conjunction with the state of North Carolina's climate risk assessment. In contrast to these great spirit of these commitments, the proposed Jade Creek development paves over almost every foot of buildable non-wetland area on the parcel and provides only an extraordinarily meager 10 feet, slightly less than 2 of me standing tall, between where the impervious surfaces end and the yards of the neighbors who have already been faced with stormwater remediations begin. This is not consistent with the goals of this council. The traffic situation, I am a community pediatrician. It is terrifying to think of more traffic on a road that you can barely put 2 cars in driving in 2 different directions on at the same time, where there are lots of children playing. This is putting children at risk. So I believe that we and the town of Carrboro is in a really unique position. We live near 3 major research universities that are global experts in environmental engineering. Just on I-40, the city of Raleigh has completed a dozen green water infrastructure projects, including one where they partnered with NC State to install green stormwater infrastructure at Biltmore Hills Park. We've seen other examples, as Dr. Wood suggested, of barriers that allow community connectivity without increasing traffic or child risk. You have the opportunity, we have the opportunity to, with this small residential project, to engage, hit pause, use this as a perfect test case to investigate innovative green water solutions. We need to honor our commitments. We need to honor the poem that we heard at the beginning. We need to make our commitments to stormwater, traffic, safety, home values, and just our climate and our community. We need to make those real. Thank you.
Thank you, Piers. Janice? Yes, thank you for being here, Janice. Followed by Anahid.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Janice Paraket. I also live in Lake Hogan Farms. I'm on Shadow Ridge Place. I abut next to this new potential development, Jade Creek. I also work, I'm the president for the Urban Land Institute Foundation. I work daily with developers, planners, architects, mayors about development. And yes, the need for, just more housing is so real, not just in our community, but everywhere. So I totally understand the density need, but I think about the impacts that this community is going to bring. And so I don't want to repeat what's already been said about stormwater, ecosystem resilience, or Blocker Road. I now want to talk about, I know that the developer talked about a traffic analysis on Old 86. I think about that road and how fast people are flying down that road. I know because my son, who is such a great driver, was recently in a fender bender. I mean, people are flying, and I think about the impact that's going to have on, it's a 2-lane highway. It's a scenic highway, supposed to be. And what will it look like when you have 72 families? In addition, and that's their only entryway, all right? I'm already thinking I'm going to tell my kids not to go that way. They're going to enter Lake Hogan on the other side on Homestead. And so I feel like even though the developer has already figured out, or they've asked for all this analysis, I think I would implore you all to just pause. Actually take a look. What would the impacts be? I mean, it's not just Blocker, it's also Old 86. And I think approval of this project without additional analysis doesn't conform with who we are as a community. The fact that there's been no communication with the developer, and you heard Kirsten actually say it. So I'm grateful that we just have a voice in the process, because it doesn't feel like we've had one. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing those comments this evening. Adam Golden is next after Anahid. And then Michelle Lynn. We're almost done, you all. Hang in there.
I'm Anahid Vrana. I am a resident of the Northern Transitional Advisory Area. I'm not a resident of Carrboro. I live immediately across the street from the back entrance to Lake Hogan Farm, and I have lived there for 45 years. So I have seen the area change immensely. There was no Lake Hogan Farm development when I moved into the neighborhood. I'm here tonight as the chairwoman of the advisory board, the Northern Transitional Advisory Board, and I'm reading our statement, which is our recommendation from the board, advisory board, to all of you. And I have to say first a big thanks out to Marty, who was willing to meet with us Sunday and put in a lot of time so that we could get this final recommendation to all of you. So we have 3 points that we are addressing, and the first is we believe there's an essential need for car access to the back of the Jade Creek development. This access is on Blocker Road, which connects with Shadow Ridge and the Hogan Farm neighborhood. Entry is illustrated on the plans. This access must remain open to cars, so some of the heavy traffic load on Old NC 86 will be deflected to a secondary location. It is a town requirement that the access be made available as new developments outside of town continue to happen. The long-term Carrboro Connects future planning intends to alleviate some of the traffic on major arteries into town by having connections between neighborhoods offering alternative car routes, walking, and cycling locations that are safe and not on main highways. We recommend cars have routinely available access to this road. Our second point is Old NC 86 has been designated as a scenic highway. The town requires that a 100-foot buffer must separate the road and the development. What is not always apparent about this rule is that the 100-foot requirement is just an average. So on some areas of the road frontage, there can be a 50-foot buffer. On other areas, there can be a 150-foot buffer. In the end, it must average 100 feet along the length. The rule intends to screen the backside of a development from the road and to keep Old NC 86 a scenic highway. The way the plans are drawn for Jade Creek, the homes are tightly clustered, and the area where the homes come up to the road only have a 50-foot buffer behind the homes. The drawings show no plantings, just a natural vegetation line behind the homes. The town requires a Type A opaque screen, so there must be some understory plantings to achieve that type of density. We recommend the developer provide plans for such plantings. The third point is we do appreciate the design of the multi-use path along Old NC 86, circling around the sides of the developed land. A similar path runs along Old NC 86 from Lake Hogan Farm Road along Old NC 86. This path is used daily and frequently by Lake Hogan Farm residents walking, cycling, jogging. It is also enjoyed by community members in northern neighborhoods as they wind their way into Carrboro. On a related topic, which many of the other residents have spoken to, we request that the town of Carrboro request NCDOT to lower the speed limit along Old NC 86. At Calvander, the intersection is 40 miles per hour, but once past Calvander heading north, it goes up to 45 miles per hour. With added traffic of Jade Creek, it is advised it remain at 40 miles per hour or even lower at the entrance of both Jade Creek and Lake Hogan Farm Road. Thank you very much for your time, and this is, again, from the Northern Transitional Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Anahid.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, it is late, so I will be very brief. I'm Adam Golden. I live on Lake Manor Road, former neighbor of Mayor Pro Tem. I've lived in Lake Hogan Farms for 13 years, and our house is adjacent actually to the southern portion of this property. The other neighbors have, I think, done a great job of expressing their concerns, and I know that buffer and stormwater are very real. And I know they've made a good attempt to contact the developer. And I would encourage, I know the developer has made an attempt, I think, today, but I would encourage them to engage with the neighborhood, because I don't think that has, my sense, that has not really happened. So that's what I would say. On the southern portion of the property, which has been shown, I did want to give one, I think, positive thing on the plan that I would say is I think developers done a good job of protecting what is a very sensitive part of the property on the south. There are, as everyone knows, there are streams, wetlands, Bowling Creek, Lake Hogan, hardwood trees, there's a blue heron, I think there's a hyena or something, but there is a lot that goes on there. What I would say is, and I brought this up at the October 11th hearing, I think it was with the previous KB Home representative, but one thought, I know it's shown on the plan as to be permanent open space. I would encourage both council and the developer to go one step further, make it a permanent preservation space. I think connecting the trail along Old 86 would be fantastic, but that is such a uniquely sized area with some incredibly sensitive things. I think knowing that'll be permanently protected, not just open space, and I think probably the attorney could comment, maybe it would be protected, but having some form of permanent easement to know those are going to be there, I think would be great. So that would be my thought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you being here. And after Michelle, we have Michelle Mahoney as our last speaker on this.
Hi, I'm Michelle Lynn, and my family and I have lived on Shadow Ridge Place since 2000. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to echo what my neighbor said. My husband and I laughed that we didn't realize that we bought creekfront property when we bought our house, because after a rain, we have a creek that goes through our backyard. Like Kirsten, we recently took advantage of the Carrboro Town's stormwater abatement program, which we appreciate you doing, and received recommendations for ways to address the amount of standing water we have in our backyard after every storm. So like everyone else, I'm just going to say that my concern about this is the ecosystem resilience, and I would ask that you, like others have requested, do an analysis and see how this is going to affect the community and the environment, And I think that approval of this property without additional stormwater analysis doesn't conform with Carrboro's Community Climate Action Plan. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Michelle. Good evening.
Where?
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you. Again, with the late nature of the time and the things have been said, I'm going to try not to reiterate the same things, but things that I'm concerned about primarily in our neighborhood, especially if there's a second point of car entry from Blocker Road, is the traffic in our neighborhood. At present, I am still trying to collect signatures from our neighborhood to have a traffic study done in our neighborhood. We have a number of issues with cars not stopping. We've had some near, we've had a runner hit by a car. There's a lot of bikers. And then if you approve this development as it is, if there are 2 cars per household, that's 144 cars that could potentially cut through our neighborhood if they don't want to deal with traffic on Old NC 86 and take the Homestead entrance, or even come in on Hogan Hills in order to get to that neighborhood. So that is a big concern of mine. Our neighborhood has tons of people who walk their dogs and bike, and there's kids always running around and playing. And what is the impact of all those cars cutting through our neighborhood to get to their new neighborhood? That has not been done. The traffic study that they did was on the main thoroughfares and not in our neighborhood. And I strongly oppose that. I think what Dr. Wood said about having blockers that emergency personnel can get through would be good, but I think there needs to be a different approach, whether they have 2 entrances off of Old NC 86 to get into their neighborhood. I just think for the safety of the residents and the children that it's going to create a lot of issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing those comments. And based on the list I have, we have now heard from everybody for public. Did I miss somebody? I'm sorry. You certainly may.
Do you swear or affirm that truth and that
Hello, my name is Leslie Reinhardt. I've been a Carrboro resident for 32 years. I also live on Shadow Ridge Place. I'm at 110. All of these people are describing a river running through their backyard. My house is kind of at the bottom where all the storm drains are. So when I have any kind of rain, my backyard is a lake. I have photos that have been submitted to you guys earlier. I would love to resubmit them to you again. My photo printer was out of color ink right before I came here. Otherwise, I would have printed them for you tonight. I can tell you that this lake that is created already in my backyard, when you saw the picture up there, the part that's wetlands, the right across from the wetlands, that's my house. So basically, the water has come as close as maybe 4 feet from my house. It hasn't flooded my house yet, but I do believe that if this is built the way that it is planned, it will flood my house. So a single mom, 3 kids, born and raised, they were all born and raised here in Chapel Hill. I beg of you, this is my investment. This is really my retirement. This is really all I have, and I need to protect my home. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Okay, we have finished public comment at this point. And And let's talk a little bit about how to proceed. Yes. Applicant.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good evening. My name is George Richley. I'm the president of Ballantyne Associates. We're the project's engineer. You heard from Drew earlier. Did a great job with this presentation. I wanted to just request of the council that this public hearing be continued. We've entered some expert testimony into the record, but unfortunately our appraiser was not able to be here tonight. And we'd like to bring him in to finish the testimony on the next meeting. So that's our request. We've spoken to the town attorney, and we believe that's the appropriate way to proceed.
I appreciate that, because that was going to be a question I had for the town attorney. I've been very concerned about some of the comments from the homeowners saying that this could have an impact on their property values.
Exactly.
So
And we
I'm
want to
glad
make
to
sure
hear
we
that you're
address all.
doing this.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad to hear that you are doing an appraisal.
Yeah, we've got one done. It's just that the guy that did it could not physically be here tonight. And we want him to be able to answer your questions and address the concerns.
And you want the, next month, continue to next month, September, October?
Oh, no, if
November?
we could get the next available spot on the agenda, I
wanna
don't know
be
how you
put
guys
on.
are stacking up, but
In June at some point.
we're interested in moving this along and getting to a vote.
Mr. White, you see room for us to continue?
Yeah, against like the June 13th meeting
Oh,
could
June
be
13th.
capacity
Okay,
there.
cool. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Let us talk a little bit amongst ourselves on next steps. I would be in favor of that, extending the continuing the public hearing, because to me, getting that information from the appraiser would be very important, but I'm, anxious to hear from you as well.
If the developers, there's no reason not to.
Okay. Randy?
I'm fine. Let me just ask one clarifying question. Should this be continued and neighbors want to continue the public hearing, that they would be able to?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want neighbors to know that.
On that topic, though, Nick, I wanted to ask, given the standard of the quasi-judicial hearing, and this is speaking strictly in legal terms and not at all like as to the accuracy or sincerity of the comments that we've heard. It is my understanding that in acting in a judicial capacity, we are not to admit non-expert testimony and hearsay. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, you should admit. I didn't come here, can't cross-examine it. Certain subjects fire mean that you use only.
It is my understanding that as far as traffic is concerned, lay opinion is considered incompetent. What is the standard of competence as regards stormwater relative to the town's standards?
It's also a subject matter.
So again, I don't relish this at all. If I'm sitting out there, I say this honestly to value my neighbor's time. Is there an issue we have heard tonight which would be held to be competent by the state legal standard? Stormwater, traffic, or property value?
Let me say this. That with respect to stormwater, once you've heard a lot of first-hand knowledge of a lot of problems, right? That's the big thing that you've heard. What you haven't heard, at least from what I call the citizen, is any extra testimony suggests that the stormwater control being implemented by the developer either violate the ordinance.
I appreciate that. With that in mind, having come to this point, and out of like not relishing the raw feelings that it's likely to provoke, it's hard for me to see how, in our judicial capacity, we could possibly find that this does not meet the town standards. We have not heard any testimony which, by our legal standard, would suggest otherwise, and it has proven to exceed town standards on every front or comply with town policies. I think that the most respectful move for everybody's time is to grant this special use permit. That's my opinion, and it'll be my opinion on the 13th, and I just want to give it to my colleagues with understanding of the delicacies and possibility for drawing other conclusions.
Will we will be hearing from the town engineer this evening? Or?
Yes, if you would like to, he is available. And make a statement regarding, his review and compliance with the ordinance and/or answer questions. Yes.
Randy.
Just want to go back to what Danny said, Nick, and I want to ask this. I want to go back to what Danny said, and I want to ask this question. Several of the residents have worked with the town and the stormwater mitigation program. Is that not fact and evidence?
Those are facts. That they've done that is a fact, right? But remember, ultimately, you have to find that one or more of these four standards not in order.
So Danny, to that point, I don't feel like the standards have been met until we hear from the appraiser and we know whether or not there's.
Could we have the applicant? He is under oath tonight. Are you aware of the appraiser's findings?
Yeah, but that would be hearsay.
I guess that's true.
I mean, because you can't grab the appraisers.
Understood, absolutely understood. And I promise my motivation here is strictly that the budget is coming around the corner and that we will not, in good faith, find that this project does not meet our town policies. I would urge us to consider that from our judicial role.
And that this is quasi-judicial, so it's very different from legislative.
That's exactly it. We are not in a position to tweak this development in the ways that we are with regular. We're not even in a position to relate to public comment in the same way as we are in many of our other decisions. And my sort of desire to move this along here is strictly for the instance of the interest of clarity, respect for time, and an extremely busy budget season where we're already adding items to our town agenda outside of regular work sessions.
And so I would be interested in hearing if it's giving anybody extreme heartburn or not, knowing that we may come to the same conclusion on June 13th. We may be in the same place because what Nick has said is not going to change. It is what it is. That's not going to change.
Now, look, I'm going to try to help you out here. You guys are going to make the decision. I recommend to you that continue this to that date. The expectation could be, it is true that new evidence can be admitted. You're not going to hear repetitive, right? And the decisions can be made. It doesn't have to take a lot.
Understood. With that in mind, I retract. Let's continue.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Danny, I'll also just add to that in terms of continuing. I know we're in a crunch in terms of our schedule over the next few weeks, but as we heard from the testimony, we are talking about people who have their livelihoods in their homes, and I think that we owe the respect of this process of waiting until we have more information. So I'm also in favor of continuing.
What are we waiting for?
The appraiser.
For the appraisal.
For that, but since the hearing is continued, anybody right, can introduce further evidence, the mayor or mayor pro tem can cut that around. Why?
Right.
Where is that?
In terms of the process, Nick, so I know that we will be asking staff to prepare a written decision, and we're not in a position to be asking, and we could have the decision made both ways, right? But we're not in a position to do that this evening to sort of expedite the process. We need to wait until.
I'm interested in Marty's views on that, but aren't there a lot of conditions? Where's Marty?
I'm up here.
Aren't there a lot of
I don't know where he
conditions
is.
attached to this?
Yes.
Like 16 conditions?
Well, there's 14 recommended from staff, and then you may want to entertain
some
some of the
more.
advisory board ones as well.
Yeah, see, so it is a little bit more involved in terms of an ultimate approval. If there is an ultimate approval of the special use permit, there's a lot of verbiage in it.
And I should say that was my intent with our packet to accept the recommendations of staff. That absolutely has been a part of that.
And we can place those conditions
Yes,
ourselves.
as long as they're reasonably tailored, and I think that they are to.
Reasonably tailored towards what we're hearing.
Well, yeah, I mean.
Some of what we're
some
hearing
might
here
be towards
tonight.
Safety.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, so
Yeah,
that's fair.
So, you know, we are not getting played out. Safety.
Yes, it is. Okay, a way out. Thank you.
Randy, I'm sorry. I think I passed over you.
Yeah, I also wanted to lift up the two requests that came across several times having to do with another environmental or ecosystem assessment and a traffic study that is not just on the main roads, but interior to the neighborhood.
And who would do that?
What I'm asking.
Oh, okay. You want to know who would do it? Who would be responsible for that?
Are we in a position to ask for that in this capacity?
That's
That's what I'm
I think
saying.
it's fair for Councilmember O'Donnell to ask whether it's been done, not been done, why. Not sure that any council member's position demand, but
Yeah. Yep.
Right, but that's why I wanted to lift it up from what was raised and ask where would something like that land? I mean,
I can say that, you know, the town's plan review engineer acts as a second, you know, reviewer of what was designed. So there has been an additional review done in that capacity. Whether, you know, as I heard what was said tonight, whether that really is exactly what they were asking for, I can't really speak to that. But you know, we have had our, you know, town staff by extension, the plan review engineer look and conclude that the you know, it does meet the ordinance requirements. So, and it may be beneficial to have him enter that in as testimony, you know, just for the record. But I don't want to speak directly for him. But that has been done. Regarding the traffic study, I would defer back to the applicant to speak further to exactly what their study said, because I don't want to speak to that directly. I'm not a transportation expert. You know.
Happy to continue. And with apologies, I mean, just, I beg your pardons on, like, my haste here is strictly in managing our very busy season and valuing the time of everybody involved in this process, which has already been very lengthy. So I apologize for any appearance otherwise.
I appreciate, we appreciate this. Couple of things before we wrap this up. Nick, this idea of this permanent open space being turned into a preservation space was very interesting to me. Is that something? No, it's not. Is that something that I deal with outside of this hearing, correct?
You could request that the applicant address that, that they address in writing, you know, or by way of testimony next time, you know, what they think of that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And the only other request I would have with the developer is I was concerned about a lot of the community members feeling like overall things had been rather unresponsive. So I appreciate really working in terms of being more responsive as we all work together over these next few weeks on this. So
You need a motion.
a motion
continue.
to continue the
I'll move that
hearing,
we Continue.
public hearing. And should we set that date now, Mr. Manager, June 13th?
We don't have to re-advertise.
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Barbara. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Wesley, I forgot to close the previous public hearing, so I'll do that now for the record. And Marty, thank you so much for your
sure.
presentation. I really
Welcome.
appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, we are, thank you all.
I'd like to ask that we move this, anything that's left to another night. Because
Yeah, we actually have to have the public hearing on this attendance, but it's just one speaker. It's just one speaker too. And then we'll move everything else. Not more. Okay, thank you for being here. You know, it's a long
I
evening.
thought I saw Elmira here, who I thought might have been the speaker, but
I don't think I have anybody on my list.
I don't know what they're doing next. I don't know.
Yes.
Are we moving on through the agenda?
We got this public hearing. It's whatever the colleagues think.
We are, well, actually, we have to, I believe, if it's been advertised. So I'm throwing it back over to you, Mr. Manager.
Lost my space. One moment. Okay, sorry.
It's perfect now. I know.
The next item is a public hearing on land use ordinance text amendments related to attendance for the board and commission members. First is agenda items for the town council to hold a public hearing to consider amendments to land use ordinance to revise notification associated with attendance requirements. Our planning director will provide an overview.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. So we are having a public hearing tonight on the some they're really on one chapter of the town code, amendments related to attendance for board and commission members. The provisions that apply to advisory boards are included within Chapter 15, Land Use Ordinance of the Town Code, and also Chapter 3 of the Town Code. And the focus right now is really on the Town Code amendments, although I'll make reference at the end of the presentation to the changes to Chapter 3 as well, which is an accompanying item on the agenda tonight. Really two, the rules of procedure and the Town Code amendments for Chapter 3. Neither of those items require a public hearing to be held. So we've prepared draft ordinances related to the changes in both of these parts of the town code. And you all referred these items to the advisory boards. A number of them have completed reviews. Some of them have not had quorums or have not met since you made those referrals. And I'll just mention that at the end of the presentation. There's, as I've already said, we've also sent this the changes to Chapter 15 to Orange County for review, and they have commented. This is a summary slide just to show that which of the advisory boards are covered by Chapter 3 of the Town Code, the administrative chapter, and which are covered by the Land Use Ordinance in Chapter 15. And this is really the focus of this public hearing over here on the right. Changes are pretty simple to Chapter 15, affecting the Planning Board, the Board of Adjustment, the Appearance Commission, the Environmental Advisory Board, and the Northern Transitionary Advisory Committee. And we are essentially modifying or adding provisions to remove members from those boards and committees if they miss 3 consecutive meetings, and the way in which they would be removed. So that's the principal change here, is removing the waiver that provisions that have been in the language previously or in the language presently, removing the chair waiver from the language in those sections. The number of recommendations here, the Planning Board has recommended that you not approve this draft ordinance. The Northern Transition Area Advisory Committee has recommended alternative language. That their recommendation is at your places this evening. The Appearance Commission didn't make any comments on the draft ordinance. The Board of Adjustment and the Environmental Advisory Board either did not meet or didn't have a quorum since you referred the item to them. And Orange County did not find any inconsistency with the adopted Joint Planning Land Use Plan. So we've provided a draft ordinance and the resolution of consistency for your consideration this evening, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions.
Okay.
Oh, and I do, and this is just that one other slide right here at the end, Chapter 3, Item 23-167, also on your agenda tonight. They're linked items, essentially, ultimately making the language, there are a number of more sections because there are many more advisory boards in Chapter 3, but making that language about removal, taking away the waiver, the chair waiver, and it's making some other consistency changes in Chapter 3 in terms of the language. So sorry to interrupt you there, sir.
Look, I have a question that's relevant to Trish and to you guys, which is, and I mentioned this to the clerk. Look, there's the ordinance, and some of you may be looking at the ordinance amending the land use ordinance. That one I understand. Okay? In other words, talking about members being removed if they're absent 3 consecutive or miss more than 30%. Is that familiar?
That's correct.
Right? And then it goes on to say the town clerk shall send a removal notice. Right?
Excuse me. Bless you.
Right? You all on the same page?
Yes.
Within 10 days. And then it says this removal shall be effective on the date of such. Okay, so that's all fine. But then, if you go to the code, the town code amendment that's in the packet, the town code amendment has 2 lines in it. Members shall be removed if they're absent for 3 consecutive meetings or 30%.
Yeah.
And then the next sentence, this removal shall be effective on the date of such notice. I mean, in other words, there's no notice provision. So what's the notice provision? What's going on in the town code amendment is not parallel to the language in the land use ordinance.
Yeah, I think that last phrase in the sentence just shouldn't have been struck through on the copy here. This is in the second agenda item, right, on Chapter 3. So yeah.
Yeah. So I don't want to embarrass anybody, but Trish, will you straighten that out with them, because if they adopt this Chapter 3 of the code thing, got to tell them that this is kind of what's messed up here, because that's in the agenda. Okay. Oh, okay.
Wesley mentioned that before. Yes, I got up here. I should have mentioned that, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Forgive me. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that, Nick.
Sorry about that. I just wanted you all to know that was messed up. You know, I didn't want you passing something that wasn't going to make sense.
Okay. So, is there any public comment? That doesn't look like it. Somebody told me there was going to be one person making comment. Doesn't look like it. So, at this point, any questions, comments from council members on this change?
I think probably we will be moving to not take action on the item later in the agenda. I guess that's our pleasure, and I'm happy to consider otherwise. But I guess I just for my own personal thing here, I was in favor of this amendment just to sort of have the health of advisory boards a little more uniformly regulated. I have been personally swayed by the very strong objections of the planning board that this rule is not going to serve our purposes. So that's just, that's strictly to enter into the record and to have discussion here amongst my colleagues. But I think it sounds like it's likely that we will not be taking up the action item that corresponds to this hearing regardless until later.
Yeah, from everything that I've heard from advisory boards, they they don't favor a change. They're not really sure what purpose it serves. So I would agree with the recommendations of the advisory boards that feel that this change is not necessary.
So I do feel it's necessary. We have talked about this already in the work session, and the majority of the board was in agreement because of the subjectivity associated with the chair being able to waive the attendance requirements. And so that's what we said. And I understand about advisory board members, of course, I mean, why would they, want to agree to that? And so I get the pushback, as well. But attendance is tied to quorum, which is tied to the ability to vote and do business for advisory. We see right here where it says somebody couldn't do it because there wasn't a quorum. Who was it? The EAB? Somebody.
Yes.
So I see removing the subjectivity and letting the attendance be taken by a staff liaison goes directly to the town clerk. We have policies for a reason. And that's just my.
And for just kind of procedurally, it is a little bit confusing, I think, to have these in two separate agenda items, but because we held a public hearing on one and not on the other, it was sort of cleanest for that reason, for us not to muddy that piece of it, but at the same time, it's a little bit somewhat unclear. I don't know if it'd be helpful for us to, so as long as you continue this public hearing to a specified date, we have no more public notice requirement, and we can, well, I'm just saying, just for the purposes of us putting together in one place all of the comments from all of the advisory boards, I think to your point, because there's a lot of, there's support for it too, as well as people, advisory board members who didn't. So it might you'd see it all together in one place, one table, perhaps. So we just didn't do it in that way for this item because of the hearing requirement.
I think it's very dangerous for us to, have a requirement that that folks attend, that if they miss 3 consecutive meetings, that they're automatically removed. There are incredible extenuating circumstances that people have since COVID, long COVID, taking care of parents, whatever. And I would hate for us to be the kind of governance that does not look at situations. And advisory board members' parents, one parent had a stroke and another a heart attack, and they had to be out of state for, 8 weeks. And it worked out that particular advisory board was meeting only once a month. So they were fortunate not to have 3 consecutive dates. But if they met twice a month, they would have been knocked off. I mean, it's arbitrary, and it's not reflective of our values of valuing individuals. I think what you're really looking for is some kind of a statement that says, if you can't be making these dates, you need to do this, this, and this to inform staff, chair, and ask for an excused absence if it's going to impact 3 consecutive dates or more. I think we have to engage the public with the faith that they are going to do the right thing and not just ignore it. We have council members who have been absent. I've been on this council, 18 years, and I've been absent maybe 3 times in all that time. And I always let people know when I'm going to be out. So how can we, people who are volunteering and they're not voted in, how do we make it more onerous for them what we should be doing is engaging them to be involved in a way that makes them feel good, not feel bad if they can't attend. They should know that with opening arms, we're going to embrace them for whatever reasons they can't attend, and ask them if they lose interest to just tell us right up front. We had a couple of folks in the REC who, for whatever reason, they didn't want to continue. They were very upfront and told us, and then we knew we had, I don't know, 1 or 2 slots. So I think that's how we engage people with the dignity to say, if you have a problem, tell us right up front. And if you have needs, tell us so that we can make quorum, but not to be punitive in a way. I mean, sometimes with health issues, people don't want other people to know. It's just far too punitive to my liking, given all of the things that I know that could possibly happen to families.
So I don't know what that means. I mean, I do know what it means, but I also know that we have a policy for a reason. Now, if we want to change it to be more whatever you're describing, but there's an attendance policy for a reason, because it's tied to quorum. And that's a fact. So if there's a way to change it where we can get people to come so business can be conducted, it's not that I'm being dismissive, but I mean, we have a policy for a reason. We're not a social club out in town. We are local government. And there's a structure here for a reason, so that the groups, the advisory boards, can do work. Sometimes it's time sensitive. So I'm not, trying to be punitive or whatever you're describing over there. We have a policy here. We either stand in it or we move away from it or change it. I'm fine either way, but we do have a policy for a reason. Attendance is tied to quorum, which is tied to the ability to do business. That's a fact.
I take that point really well. And so my concern this evening is really coming procedurally, I guess, sort of from wanting to not disagree with the advisory boards, that we're sort of regulating and just sort of fostering congeniality with them. But I take your broader point, and I understand, like, we came to this rule, like I walked out of the work session supportive of this for all of the reasons you're articulating. So to that end, I wonder if there is an expedient, or I guess expeditious. We don't want to be expedient. We want to be quick. If there's a way to do what Randy is saying and to make a provision for, 3 absences with prior excuse, or 3 absences with some kind
Like
of
excused absence.
some kind of coordination around the first absence, because I do think that there is that, and this is a danger that the planning board also voiced, particularly with regard to the planning board, just because it may, you could have 6 weeks of life happen and miss your 3 meetings in a busy planning season, whereas the Arts Commission, you may not even miss a meeting. So I do think if there's that, if we build that in, I think that I don't need to agree 100% with the advisory boards. I want to bring to the table they're sort of they did balk quite a bit at the idea that serving is like a privilege. They view themselves as really providing a service, and that we should be facilitating them and providing that service. And I broadly agree with that. So I do just want to flag that, like, in disagreeing with them, I think I just don't love it. But I think if we can make that compromise, I'm comfortable splitting that.
You mean like excused absence?
Excused absence, yeah. I mean, if it's
3 unexcused
three unexcused absences in a row, or more than 30% without prior notice, I think
Request prior notice in order for it to be excused. Like with my job,
And I think with that way, the excuse, they want to retain some discretion for the chair on the planning board, and so the excusing the absence, I think, does bring some of that element in, of empowering the chair to have that communication
Well, it's also, advisory board members may be more comfortable explaining to a chair what their reasoning is. And then the chair can just say, yes, I'm glad you brought that to me, but they may not feel comfortable going to staff. Do you see what I'm saying? With
Yeah.
a personal reason.
Who keeps attendance?
With staff preparing the minutes, keep attendance,
Oh.
I think the only challenge with, if there's some timing associated with it, is that there's a timing piece, and then what if the chair can't get back to somebody before? I mean, I know they all try to, but the staff is working, usually before
Well, I
the
think
meeting,
that
so
it needs
this
to be
allows
incumbent
some-
upon the chair to share with Wesley. I think that's the protocol that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
And
too,
we-
actually.
And that can be written in the language.
The clerk,
but
yeah.
I think you need to be,
So we're talking about accountability and then some flexibility.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
Mhm.
That's what I'm hearing.
That's exactly
And
it.
so if we can figure out how to get that,
I-
I think, we're.
Do you like this idea of the 3 unexcused absences?
I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. It's
Right.
whatever y'all decide at this point.
So
I just want to make sure that work can get done, fairly regularly. We're always looking for quorum, and so we can get the business done. That's the accountability.
Right.
So now we're on the flexibility piece. So basically, whatever y'all.
So I do think that, writing, we're having a public hearing. Revising is going to require another public hearing.
Is
No,
it?
we can, if it's a fairly straightforward change, like we're changing this language to say 3 unexcused absences consecutive, right? We're talking about consecutive.
So that's just adding.
and we're asking.
I don't think that's a substantive enough change. That's a change within
But
what
we're
we can-
also asking the chair to contact Wesley in the situation of an excused absence, that it's known.
Okay.
Well, okay, what are we doing? So 3 unexcused absences.
And the clerk is notified of any excused absence, because the staff member will not be able to track that.
Okay.
The staff member won't have, so that the chair goes to clerk, eliminating the need for staff to keep track of.
That's fine.
But it'll show up in the minutes of the meeting. If we have a category for excused or
We just need to make
unexcused.
sure the advisory boards are continuing to conduct business, because we're doing a lot of sticking and moving with this policy, and we need to get fair, equitable, and clear.
And we need,
That's where I'm at.
and I agree with Barbara that if quorum is an issue, we need to be able to identify why.
Get to the core.
Yeah. What is it that, and not shame people who decide, I'm fed up with this, I don't want to do it, because I know post-COVID, that was definitely a factor. The people were coming, and this is why I asked the question about remote meetings and hybrid meetings, because there were people who decided when we went to full-on meeting in person, they determined they didn't want to do it. And, we don't have that data, but that's why I asked that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that could be a factor that has affected us this last year, that people, if we can have a match to see which advisory boards didn't have quorum, right? And what is their meeting method?
Trish, do you have what you need from us in terms of language?
I think we can go, I think my understanding is that we'll be looking at changing it to 3 unexcused absences and sort of restoring part, or maybe more than maybe all of the language about the communication with between the chair and, we'll add some language communicating the chair to the clerk. But that's sort of similar to what the language was previously in the land use ordinance. It varied a little bit more from, in the town code from advisory board to advisory board. But
Okay,
I
so
think
let
I
me-
understand.
I'm sorry, Trish. So let me be clear. We're not going with what we said originally in the work session. Is that what we're understanding? And we're reverting back to the previous language for the chair? to have the ability to waive the requirement or whatever. I know about the 3 unexcused absence.
Well, I was saying that I think, I mean, I'm not looking at that specific language, but let me see if I have it here. I actually have a little excerpt of it here.
The unexcused,
So,
3 unexcused.
I can get, you want mine?
no, I've got it right, I've got the language right here. So, I mean, I think we'll be saying if they have an unexcused absence for 3 consecutive meetings, or if they miss more than 30% of the, so if we're looking at this text up on the screen here, we would put something in here that says make this an unexcused absence, or a series,
okay.
3 unexcused absences. And then, of course, there's this notification between the town clerk and the chair about this, and the chair having a chance to I mean, I think we can take that part out. The key part is well, let me say what I heard. The key part I heard you discussing was that a member was getting their absence excused by the chair, essentially. That was what you're communicating about, was that would be where that communication occurs. And some people may be happy talking to the staff. I mean, often staff members are check and see if there is a quorum. I mean, with regard to the Board of Adjustment, often the Appearance Commission, those places where we might have issues with quorum, we're reaching out. The staff person is reaching out, and they're the ones who are going to know most intimately that, because they're at the meetings, they're preparing the minutes. It isn't something we'd want the town clerk to have to go and then contact all those members and say, will you be there for this meeting or not, So, but I think we understand the concept here, though. I mean, about making it unexcused absences.
Unexcused does the work. It restores
I think
the modicum of
unexcused
discretion that we're
probably.
looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't want to make it difficult. And I agree with Randy. We don't want to make it difficult for people to serve, but we have our due diligence as well. Because this is our processes as it relates to the local government. So
Yeah, I appreciate that, Barbara. And I would just say this doesn't need to be in the code, but it is a reminder that through the onboarding, Wesley, or when candidates are coming to, attend a meeting, or that there is the reminder of the importance of attendance and making, the expectation around attendance, which enables us to meet quorum and conduct the business of the advisory board. So I think that more we can, whether there's a training once a year and that's built into the training, using these opportunities just to create that expectation of the attendance and how important it is.
And then, the stipends are a conversation, and then, the advisory boards that are able to meet, in a hybrid format or through Zoom. So just continuing to support the boards and commissions in that way. So we're good.
Okay, so I guess there's nothing to be voted on here. Is that right, Trish? You have the feedback you now need or
I think that since you've held this hearing, we don't have to set a date. If we had continued, hadn't done this, if you feel like you've held the hearing, we can bring it back to you with as a consent agenda item with updated language for you to consider acting on.
Perhaps we could also see the town code on the same consent agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, LUO and consent agenda and
Yes.
code. Okay, perfect.
And the list that you had of which advisory boards are under ordinance and which are on, would you send that to us?
Yes, we can put that in when we package them together.
It's the one shaded in green, correct?
The land use ordinance is on the green, and the town code are all the ones over here in the pinkish color. Yep.
So can we also see the changes to the policy? What was that document called? I don't know.
Rules and procedures.
Can that be on the consent agenda as well?
I think so.
Okay.
With all the language uniform in
exactly
the parts.
I move we close this public hearing.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
What did you just say about we have another item with proposed amendments. We're not talking about that, are we?
We are proposing to have that come on the same consent agenda, because that's the amendment to the town code. So that's what the public hearing pertains to, the ones that are the land use ordinance. The agenda item, since we didn't need to have the hearing, is
Right.
strictly the ones, so we're going to see those together on the same with this
On the
unexcused.
consent
The
agenda.
consent,
Yes.
right.
But
And
what's concerning to me about that is we have a racial equity assessment lens attached to that. Hope that we will want to.
So it can be on a regular agenda.
Yeah, that's probably,
I forgot about
because
that.
there was a lot of work that went into that.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm glad you caught that, Barbara.
I mean, they could all be bundled together as on the regular agenda, actually, instead of consent. However, I mean, you could act on some of them quickly and the others take the time to discuss.
Okay. Should we set a date for that now or just do that at a later time? We'll just trust you.
Well, yeah, we'll make it fit somewhere.
Okay. So at this point, I think all that's left is the Orange County Transit Funds, and I think it's straightforward. Is everybody good for staying around? Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know that we,
I thought we had closed the. We've closed the.
Okay.
Thank you, Trish.
yeah, let's do the transit funds.
I think we're getting a little tired here.
Do you need an overview of the transit item or?
If it's really quick, is everybody game to?
We come this far. Let's do it.
This is, if anybody's watching out at home, this is for the real heads. This is Carrboro after midnight.
Oh, I did. It's a request for the authorization to enter into a comprehensive participation agreement for Orange County Transit Funds. And Tina will give an overview.
Collector's agenda item here.
Okay, I don't know if slides are really necessary for this, but since they're together, I'll share a couple of them. So, I think most of you know by now, and I really put this together for some of the newer members on the council who weren't as familiar with the transit plan, and I thought a little bit of background might be helpful. So there's a little bit of history there about when transit funds started to be collected and set aside for transit purposes, so they're designated, and funds are available using this strategy for the three main counties in the triangle, so Wake County, Orange County, and Durham County, and they each have their own county-specific plans, and this is the funding source for that. The way that the funds are used is determined by creating plans. So this shows the first one when it was still called the Bus Rail Investment Plan from 2013, the 2017, which is really important to Carrboro because that's when we were earmarked a lot of the money that we're using for capital projects. And then the update you saw not too long ago from 2022. And the purpose of the plans, again, it's almost like a comprehensive plan. It's to guide expenditures. They are fiscally constrained, and they're linked to agreements. For us, the agreements, well, actually for all three, the agreements involve three signatory authorities, so to speak. One is the relevant county, one is the MPO, and then one will be Go Triangle. Go Triangle has the authority to spend the money, essentially, so they're an important part of this. And the agreements are typically updated about every 4 years, or if there's some type of a change involving the financial model. The most notable example of this was the Durham Orange Light Rail. So when the Durham Orange Light Rail kind of came online, so to speak, in terms of putting that together, a new plan was needed. And then when that project was discontinued, a new plan was needed. So that was what kind of kickstarted the 2022 plan. As part of the 2022 plan, there was interest of really taking a look at these agreements. And so that's really the reason why you're here today. So some consultants, Atkins Consultants has been hired by Durham and Orange County to take a look at the agreements that we use and really to codify a lot of the work that we've been doing over the last several years, just to kind of make it a little bit more official. So they have prepared 3 documents. The one on over here is that standard interlocal agreement between, for us, Orange County, the MPO, DCH, the MPO, Go Triangle. This is an updated rules and procedures. This is what the staff working group is required to follow. And then what is the target of your discussion tonight? This is a new document, which they're calling the Comprehensive Participation Agreement. And this is essentially a standard kind of master agreement that all of the jurisdictions that want to get some kind of transit funds will enter into. And the agreement it's relatively standard, but it identifies, what the town would be responsible for doing, which would be completing project, receiving money, using it for the designated project, which for us is capital projects, meeting certain deadlines, providing updates at regular intervals. For Go Triangle, it would be providing money back in reimbursement. So it really sets that out. There would be opportunities to update it as necessary. And if not for a specific reason, there'd be an opportunity to renew it every 4 years. So that's really the core, and I can stop right now if there's questions. It would be a good time to break.
Barbara.
I don't have any questions. I see there's no direct physical impact. We've been requested to participate to continue receiving the funding. And so I don't know if the rest of you have questions. I'm happy to move attachment A.
That's really all I have. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
So motion by Barbara, second by Randy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Tina, thank you very much.
That was quick.
Quick, Andy.
Let's finish up. Are we finished?
So I think we are. Any other matters? Danny, did you have a? Oh.
The policies for, does this come back?
Which one?
Went back on that one. Okay.
The final proposed amendments to advisory board recruitment, that comes back as part of the package with the, yep, okay.
Last item?
Then I move we adjourn.
Yes.
If you got 2 more minutes, we need to tell you about a Senate bill that's going to be voted on. I guess now today it's after midnight. Trish might help me fill in the gaps of all this, but we got an email from the league today. The Senate is going to vote on House Bill 675. It's called Land Use Clarification Changes. And if that's approved, it will basically take away the ETJ in our communities in North Carolina. And could be some potential impact to Carrboro, but the league is asking elected officials to reach out to our representatives to voice your opinion about this bill before they vote sometime later today. I want to share that with you.
Wait,
Right on.
what's the implication on that? If they erase the ETJs?
So for Carrboro, and Trish helped me out with this, it could impact some land near University, University watershed, and some PH Craig property as well, right?
What kind of impact are we talking? Yep.
Area here. Blue. And the Craig property, biggest piece of the ETJ in our
No zoning authority.
county would take
County
to establish zoning and.
And did you have a second item?
Oh, that was it. Yes,
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, I just want to share that with you all. That's taking
Okay.
place today.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Wesley, Danny moved, Barbara seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
We did some big work tonight.